Here we are.
Well, welcome everyone this Friday morning. We're moving on to hearing number 23A to do with mapping and definitions. Looking around the room, Antoine, it'd be lovely if you could start us with a karakia.
Happy to do so. Tutahi māku I mi ana ka koutou I noho ana I tō wā kāinga o tira I roto I tō tari. He mihi mai aha tēnei kia koutou katoa. I'd just like to acknowledge everyone who's joined us this morning and hope that you're healthy and well in your respective offices and homes. And I'm going to offer us a prayer to start our meeting. Ko te pū, ko te more, ko te weu, ko te aka, ko te rea. Ko te wao nui, ko te kune, ko te whē, ko te kore, ko te pō. Ko te pō nui, ko te pō roa, ko te pō uri uri, ko te pō tango ki te whai au ki te ao marama. Ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Tui a te kāwai tangata I heki mai I Hawaiki. Hawaiki nui, Hawaiki roa, Hawaiki pāmamao. I hono ki te wairua, ki te whai au ki te ao marama, tuturu au whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tai. Kia ora everybody.
Kia ora. Thank you, Antoine. So yes, welcome everyone again. Just to introduce myself, Stephen Daish. I'm sitting in my home office here in Napier. I'm the hearings panel chair, and just we'll do a quick introduction of the two other commissioners before I'll talk about some procedural matters. So starting with you, Antoine.
Yeah, good morning everybody. Antoine Coffin, calling in from Tauranga. 25 years experience in resource management and been hearing commissioner for just over a decade, mostly involved in freshwater, wastewater consents and plan changes, but very happy to be part of the district plan hearings. Kia ora everyone.
Thank you, Kit.
Oh, kia ora koutou everyone. A few familiar names. So if you don't know me by now, it's Kit Littlejohn, formerly a New Plymouth Boys High School student and vagabond of Taranaki in my teenage years, and been practicing in Auckland for the last 20 or so, specialising in planning and resource management law. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Thank you. Yes, I think we do have a, we know everyone online, so just for the record, I'll just go through the normal procedural matters. The hearings panel are an independent hearings group of professionals. We've been delegated by the New Plymouth District Council to hear and make recommendations on all matters associated with the New Plymouth District Plan review. We've all got some association with New Plymouth, both the council and other parties, and just to record what we've done before to avoid any issues with actual potential conflict of interest, we have put a register of interests online. I think it was in minute number 4, and we do just pause at the start of each hearing just to make sure that no one's got any concerns with any of us hearing the matters in front of us today from a potential conflict of interest perspective. So that's pretty enough of a pause for that. We'll just move on. The hearings are recorded. This Zoom platform does give us a very good record of our hearing. And just so everyone's aware, I think most of you have been on these hearings before and are aware of that, and our recordings are made available on the website. We haven't had too many problems with the Zoom hearings and connections, but if there are any issues about connection or connectivity where you are, we'll pick it up through questions and answers if it's not working properly, and if it gets too bad, we'll make some other arrangements. So if you are struggling to stay online, just let Christine, who's our hearing administrator, know, and we'll work something out in terms of a fair hearing. Hopefully this will be our last hearing on the Zoom platform. We've got a break through May and starting rezoning hearings in June. So by that time, we are very hopeful I'll be back in New Plymouth and hearing in person, which I think adds another dimension to our hearings. But we've done pretty well on Zoom, so I'd just like to acknowledge and thank everyone for hanging in there with us. Are there any questions on procedures or process? Doesn't seem to be, so we'll just quickly go around the room for introductions, starting with you, Christine.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Brommel, and I'm part of the administration team for the district plan.
Keith, you're next.
Kia ora tātou. Good morning, everybody. Keith Holswich. I represent Ngāti Rahiri Hapu during these hearings. Today we are observing, tomorrow we are presenting. Welcome back, Commissioners.
Thank you, Keith. Peter Maddich.
Good morning, everyone. Peter Maddich. I'm working for Federated Farmers at the moment. And today we're on last, I think. So I'm just eavesdropping, stealing secrets until we're ready to go on. Thanks.
Yeah, great to see you, Peter. It's been a wee while. Ashley.
Kia ora, my name is Ashley Gulliver and I'm Planning Advisor in the Council's District Plan team and author of the Mapping Section 42A.
Thank you, Ashley. Denise.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Denise Young. I just had to report on the submissions from the Department of Corrections and Horticulture New Zealand due to conflicts of interest with the other Section 42A report writers for the definitions.
Thanks for doing that, Denise. Jamie.
Kia ora, good morning, everyone. I'm Jamie Cannon. I'm a consultant planner based in Auckland, and I am one of the co-authors of the definition Section 42A report.
Thank you, Jamie. Sarah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Edwards, and I am the District Plan Lead at New Plymouth District Council.
Good to see you again, Sarah. And Maria.
Tēnā tātou, Maria Hukpaura for Te Kāhui o Taranaki Iwi. I'm presenting evidence tomorrow. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Oh, no, not tomorrow. I'm not here tomorrow. None of us are, hopefully. Monday.
Kia ora. Great to see you again, Maria. All right. Well, we'll leave it over to the staff team. Not sure who's going first, but I'm sure you've got that organised.
I think planning maps are first one up. Christine. Thank you. All right, so as in my introduction, my name's Ashley Gulliver and I'm the district planning team's e-planner. So one of my key responsibilities is connecting the e-plan text and the GIS, which is the layers that make up those planning maps, and various other settings so that plan users can search for planning information and special features or overlays specific to a property. So just the next slide, Christine. As an outline for today's presentation, as you may have found reading through the Section 42A report, the nature of this hearing topic is quite different to other hearings so far. In previous hearings, the plan chapters have been quite heavily structured around objectives and policies. So the key things that we discuss today are more so focused on visual representation of GIS information and functionality of the e-plan. So the bulk of discussion in this morning's presentation is to spend some time unpacking those key issues that are still in contention and to assist the panel with understanding those key issues. So while I have focused mainly on the matters raised in submitted evidence, I'm happy to revisit any of those other issues discussed in the report. So for recommendations that sit with the plan chapter, I've asked those reporting officers just to be present during the presentation and the relevant submitter speakers. So as the panel can probably appreciate, the planning topic is quite an eclectic mix and covers many parts of the plan already that have already been covered in previous hearings. So reporting officers from those particular topics should help us with any deep dives into the content. Okay, the ePlan. And the nature of e-planning. So the e-plan is a powerful planning tool. It has a property search functionality, and the left-hand panel results are really a key driver to communicating planning information for a property. So I just wanted to reiterate the fact that it is a property-based tool, which means it has functionality to return planning information, both information on spatial layers and plan chapters and rules that are applied to that property. As discussed in the section 42A, there's quite a lot of mandatory direction provided now for the proposed district plan, including e-plan requirements, electronic accessibility and functionality standards through the planning standards, and a comprehensive summary of that has been presented in table 1 of the section 42A, which shows how the NPDC proposed plan aligns with those various requirements. Just on to the next slide, please. So because of the large amount of spatial information that's available in GIS format, the ePlan platform has several user experience features to assist plan users in viewing and customizing planning information. So with around 75 pieces of mapped layers that make up the proposed plan service, there's a lot of data there for users to make sense of, and 5 features listed on this slide help to assist with this. So the main way that many users will interact with the ePlan is the property search. So this allows plan users to search for all rated property addresses in the district. And secondly, working in tandem with the property search is the left-hand panel. So the left-hand panel is an itemized search function that displays planning information that applies to a property. Thirdly is scale ranges or zoom settings, and these have been applied to a majority of the layers. So the planning map has been designed with user experience in mind. So as you zoom in closer to a property, more site-specific information begins to display. So this means that when you're viewing the ePlan at a district or higher scale, it shows basic information such as zones and state highways and like locality place name labels. And that's all to help orientate the users on where they are. So at that higher scale, it's set so that the planning map is not overwhelmed by the layers. So this is a matter that remains in contention, so I will discuss this a little bit more thoroughly later in this presentation. Fourthly, the right-hand panel. So the map tools has checkboxes to allow users to turn on and off layers, depending on what that particular plan user is interested in. So for example, view shafts is a layer that's turned off by default. But if a property is searched and the left-hand panel flags that the property is within a view shaft, it'll give the name of that, and then the plan user can then go over to the specific view shaft under the map tools and turn that on. And lastly, fifthly is the right-hand panel also allows users to toggle between different base maps and change the transparency of the district plan layers. So this allows plan users to switch to an aerial map and adjusting the transparency of an overlay so that the terrain and the on-the-ground features can be seen. It's quite an important feature to bring those planning layers and features into real-world focus. So the example that I used in the 42A report, figure 2, on page 18 was a stand of 4 Canary Island palm trees. So by looking at that group of notable trees polygon, it's quite a crazy looking mapped feature. But then as you bring the aerial underneath, you begin to start to see the palm fronds, and the actual mapping starts to make a bit more sense. And I just wanted to note that on the bottom of that right-hand panel also has a couple of features that allows you to measure in both distance or area, as well as adding a polygon or text, which is great for plotting out and measuring things if someone's in the e-plan and thinking of doing something with their property. Okay, next slide, please, Christine. Thank you. So 42 original and 42 further submission points had been allocated to the mapping topic. Several submission points had been deferred from other chapters and hearings already heard to the planning maps, and then 16 original submission points and 15 further submission points have been deferred from the planning maps topic to the future rezoning and sweep up hearings, and one to the structure plan hearing right of reply. So removing these deferreds, the mapping 42A makes recommendations on 27 original and 26 further submission points. So in addition to the hearing content in this report, around 47 mapping related submission points have already been picked up and dealt with at previous hearings as part of the chapter that those spatial layers sit under the relevant topics. Okay, Christine. Okay, so this slide recaps the 10 key issues that the mapping topics submissions have been grouped into, and rather than repeat all the discussions from the 42A, this presentation will cover those that have received submitted evidence and are still in contention. So I haven't focused specifically on issues 4, 7, 8 and 9, but just as a reminder, key issue 4 was a result of submissions to the SASM chapter and schedule 3. So Ms. Jo Ritchie is the SASM 42A report writer, has recommended amendments to some SASM sites, and table 7 in the 42A mapping 42A report recommends amendments to 13 sites. So evidence I see that's come in from Te Atiawa indicated that the proposed amendments in that table 7 aligned with the recommendations of statements of the evidence and bias of the relevant hapu of Te Atiawa. Yeah. Okay, issue 7. This was the mapping of the pedestrian frontage specific control overlay, and that one has been deferred. This was because it needed to go hand in hand with the rezoning request as well. So we had a submission that sought to apply that layer to whole particular zones, and because the extent and location of some of those zones are under submission, and some of those locations would group them together to come up at a future hearing. And key issue 8 that covered 2 requests from Mr. Vaughan Redshaw, who sought to add property area to the information that was recommended to be accepted. However, the recommendation rejected the part of his submission that sought to add reticulated service layers to the e-plan service. And key issue 9, that was about ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity hearing 5, that signalled that there were some mapping related components to be further dealt with. So that included 3 SNA points. One was to be recommended to be removed, one retained, and the other deferred to sweep up. Okay, so one more slide, thanks. Thank you. Okay, so under key issue 1, the section 42A groups issues around the design and configuration of layers. So Ms. Johnson in her submission correctly identified a configuration error with properties that are within the Ruakura minimum lot size. So this wasn't necessarily an error of the layer nor the chapter content, but it was the information provided under the key planning controls on the left-hand panel. So we have recommended a correction to this, and Ms. Johnson in her submitted evidence has also correctly noted that while it's not necessarily ideal, there are some configuration restrictions that mean that we cannot customise this field too much. So adding an exception on the end is the recommended approach. So just as an FYI for the panel, these key planning controls come from the zones and they mostly sit under effect standards. So you might notice some key effect standards, things like side boundary setbacks and things like that. So because Owakura is zoned general residential in the proposed plan, it's the general residential planning controls that apply and pop up. So if the property owner was within that 600 minimum lot size area and viewed the property specific E-plan, they would see the general residential zone and the subdivision chapter where this minimum lot size sits would be filtered to show the general residential minimum lot size that clearly identifies properties in Owakura have that larger 600 minimum lot size, just as the overlay iterates. Okay, thanks, Christine. And also under key issue 1, because the E-plan is property-based, features that are not located on a property cannot be selected. So as an example on this side, I have a SESM that's identified as a Mahinga Kai site within the coastal marine area, and the other is a war memorial cenotaph that's a heritage item located in the middle of a road reserve. So this was highlighted in Mr. Keith Holswitch's speaking notes, speaking on behalf of Ngāti Rahiri. As it currently stands in the proposed district plan, those sites that have they have the same visibility and visual representation on the map as the other sites, though they cannot be selected to see the item on the left-hand panel. However, I do note that that same information would display on the left-hand panel is available by looking up that site ID in the relevant schedule. Thanks, Christine. Key issue 2 of the Section 42A report outlined quite a complex issue in terms of the E-plan using scale ranges that turn on layers as the E-plan zooms in and out. So essentially the discussion is centered on balancing the user experience with the visibility of layers. So as the plan user zooms in, more site-specific information becomes available. However, as highlighted by submissions and submitted evidence, there is some difficulty with viewing particularly the SESM mapped information. And also things like screen size and browser settings can also impact the amount of content that can be seen. So for example, if you like your web pages set up with really large font, then you may see less content from the planning map than someone who prefers like a very zoomed out scale. And also using different screen sizes. So a small laptop screen can display less of the map content than using a large widescreen desktop screen. Iwi and Hapu have identified issues with the SESM layer as it's not able to be viewed at higher zoom scales. And that has caused difficulties in locating sites on larger blocks of land. That E-plan users may miss sites if not zoomed in into the map close enough for that layer to appear. And the way that left-hand panel flags features and items that are on a property, but if there is a SESM site on the neighbouring property that requires a setback, without having the icon or part of the extent across the subject property, there's no flag for that property on the left-hand panel that there is a site within the wider vicinity, unless someone pans around. Okay, so thanks, Christine. Key issue 3, these involved SESM sites needing minor extents. Table 6 in the Section 42A itemised 50 fine sites and similar types of sites with small discrete footprints. And these are sites within the proposed district plan that have a point icon but no extent. So the officer's recommendation was to apply a 5-metre buffer on 50 assessed point locations that do not have a mapped extent on the planning maps. Tangata Whenua submitted evidence opposed the 5-metre buffer and recommends that Tangata Whenua are engaged to inform the appropriate fine site extents. So this considered that a case-by-case consideration of activities to each site is required to determine what is appropriate in the context of that area. And there was also evidence that's been produced by Hapu and iwi submitters, especially at hearing 14, regarding the importance of these fine sites in wider cultural landscapes. So I do look forward to listening to this evidence throughout the hearing. Thanks, Christine. Next slide. This was about an indicative road, and the subject site is 11 Oakwood Drive, located in the Highlands Park Mangaree area of New Plymouth. It's zoned general residential in the proposed district plan, and it's adjacent to the Mangaree Primary School. Apologies, the grey dotted line of the indicative network is a little bit difficult to see on the proposed plan against that residential yellow, but I just wanted to zoom out a bit to show the wider context. So submitted evidence has been submitted on behalf of the Salisburys for this property, and Mr. Ian Steele of BTW has prepared some traffic engineering evidence that disagrees with the recommendation made in the section 42A to retain that network. As Mr. Steele has indicated in his evidence, the future link of Heta Road to Mangaree via Portland Drive is inevitable. So this is the north-south link shown on the left to the Oakwood property, and stage development plans further north of this property show an extension of that Heta Road and Ainsley Street, as well as a large internal network of subdivision and roading networks proposed for the wider northern block of this area, connecting into Heta Road and Ainsley Street. Ainsley Street is an existing road just to the north, and I think the proposed plan shows that a little bit better with how it connects up to the top of that map.
Ashley, can I just get you to reconfirm the zoning, the yellow zone is what's that zone?
General residential zone.
Right, and this isn't a structure plan area.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Yes.
And just before I move on from the indicative roading network topic, I just wanted to note that the Godwin family submitter 390, they contacted the hearings admin team to confirm that they did not intend to make any further submissions or attend the mapping hearing, as their submission is being dealt with through the structure plan work still currently underway. So they did wish to note a minor error that in some places the 42A has transposed their submission number. So in all cases it should be 390 and not 309 where it's come across in some places. So that was, they just wished to note that.
Okay, we'll just make a note on our schedule, on our notes about that, 309. So they're involved in the structure plan. Okay, so this is an area that's zoned residential and doesn't need a structure plan or process to facilitate growth, but it does have these indicative roads through it. So it's an area that's highly likely to be developed.
Yes.
In the life of the plan.
Yes. There's so I did speak to our consents team, and there are quite large staged subdivision plans for that northern part, extending those roads to the north at the moment.
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Okay, moving on to network utilities, and I just wanted to make a quick note of this one. So state highways, limited access roads. There was a few inconsistencies between Whakatahi's records and New Plymouth District Council set of mapping. So we worked our way through making sure that those aligned. And since the publishing 42A, they did support it, but did note that there was a small omission from the agency's analysis, just that small piece that needed to be added in addition to the recommended amendments that were made.
Ashley, I've made a note on my 42A report, or your 42A report that I've read. Waka Kotahi aren't appearing, but they did have some issues still outstanding. Is this the only one that,
in terms of
not
planning maps, that was my
planning
understanding.
maps?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the only one, and you've picked this up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thanks, Christine. Okay. So this is about the gas transmission network. So First Gas's original submission sought to amend planning maps to include above ground infrastructure based on their location coordinates as part of the gas transmission network. So the office's recommendation on the approach to including above ground assets were provided through the Network Utilities Hearing 11 and the office's right of reply as outlined in the Mapping 42A under Key Issue 6 outlined those. So I believe it was Commissioner Daish and Commissioner McMahon that heard the Network Utility hearing. So in relation to how the recommendations from Hearing 11 translate to the planning maps, Ms Cannon's officers recommended amendments to the definitions are particularly important. So that included the new definition of gas transmission pipeline corridor, which is described as the area of land within 20 meters of the centre line of the gas transmission pipelines, and ancillary above ground structures, except for compressor site locations. And this is identified on the planning maps. And the second definition was for a gas transmission station corridor, which is the area of land within 30 metres of the boundary of a compressor station site associated with the gas transmission pipelines as identified on the planning maps. So just as a note, the pipeline is shown as, and the pipeline and corridor is shown on the planning maps as the yellow lines. First Gas has provided the GIS shapefile information to support their request, which included 21 features. So of these features, one was assessed or identified as a compression site within the New Plymouth district to be shown via that new gas transmission station corridor layer. And this was the Mokau compressor site. The other 20 features were assessed to make sure that they were all included in the pipeline corridor. So as a result, 13 assets were already wholly located within that pipeline corridor, and 7 were partly outside of that corridor. So Appendix 4 of the mapping report shows the recommended amendments to the maps to make sure that the extent of those assets have been amended to be included in the pipeline corridor. So while the recommended amendments have been carried over to the planning map based on the GIS shapefile information provided by First Gas, the Section 42A sought the minor inconsistency of the map provided at the First Gas original submission and the map tabled in the First Gas speaking notes of Zane Wood and the GIS shapefiles to be addressed. There seems to be just a very small inconsistency in the slightly larger numbers of orange dots on the First Gas map, and whether these were actually above ground assets or whether they just included other things like general labels of the network. So I just wanted to be sure that the above ground assets were included in that set of shapefiles. So in the absence of submitted evidence, I approached First Gas prior to the hearing this week to try and address those particular outstanding issues that required clarification for the panel. So First Gas has indicated that the GIS of the mapped assets should be used as the official source for the mapping of the assets, and they verbally agreed on how the mapping has been applied in general. They have been subsequently added as a speaker on day 2 of the hearing, so I look forward to hearing them speak about speaking to the mapping of the assets.
Yes, Ashley, thanks for raising that. It's an area that there's a little bit of a head scratcher for us. There's an issue of scope, I think, underlying some of what First Gas are seeking.
Yes.
And
yes.
I'm pleased that I think it's Nicola from First Gas will be talking to us on Monday. So I might engage you with Nicola just to make sure we'll bring you in so we understand sort of the issues here. It's a incredibly important asset in the district. We need to get it right, but we just need to pick up on that scope issue. So
yes, and as Jamie Cannon is the reporting officer for definitions, she'll be online to help us connect it into that previous network utilities hearing too. So yes.
Yeah, that's ideal. That's good. Okay, we'll hear more about that on Monday. Thank you.
Okay, Christine, I think this next one will be my last slide. So this slide shows how the operative and the proposed plan approaches mapping esplanade strips and reserves. So in this example, in this case, I've used an urban section of the Waimea stream in New Plymouth. The operative map shows a section of preferred esplanade reserves and strips in pink. And the mapped extents align with tables listed in Appendix 17, which is the preferred esplanade strips and reserves tables. So this lists the preferred esplanade strips and reserves to be created or set aside at the time of subdivision. There's also alignment with the operative district plan's list of priority water bodies as a deliberate approach of targeting rivers with high values, which would provide public access along streams and rivers from mountains to the sea. So the proposed district plan has carried over the priority water body approach with 25 that are listed in Schedule 9, which I see through Hearing 5 has been amended to Schedule 9 rivers, schedule of rivers and lakes where esplanade strips or reserves may be sought. However, the proposed plan uses the public access corridor layer as a strategic approach to the provision of public access to and along strategically important corridors through the district. So the water bodies that have a mapped public access corridor are water bodies included in Schedule 9. The Section 42A for mapping rejected the additional mapping of esplanade strips and reserves. And I do note that submitted evidence from Taranaki Iwi supported the recommendation of the 42A regarding the non-mapping of preferred esplanade strips and considered that if the goal is pathway or access connectivity, then this is best reflected through the method of the public access corridors rather than esplanade strips. However, I do look forward to hearing Ms. Johnson speak on this topic during the hearing, specifically her submission of notating esplanade strips and reserves on the planning map over the use of the PAC layer. So that essentially concludes the presentation prepared today. And I'll ensure that a panel gets a copy of my speaking notes from this morning, but is there any questions?
Thank you, Ashley. I'll just work out my screen again. Christine has very efficiently already circulated your speaking notes. Is that right, Christine, or not?
No, we don't have Ashley's Stephen. So
right.
yeah.
So they'll come to us and they'll go online as well.
Yes.
Yep. Ashley, look, we have a batting order normally assigned. I haven't actually agreed that with my fellow commissioners yet, but let's start this time with Antoine for any questions.
I just perhaps just had a couple of questions. They're partly answered in the Section 42A report, but I'm just perhaps seeking a little bit more clarification from you. The first one is just in regards to the SASMs which have been identified in the plan with a point, and they've been originally recommended to have a 5 metre buffer. And this was something that Mr. McCurdy supported. And I was just wanted to double check, what was the particular reason why he supported the 5 metre buffer? I suppose I'm getting to it. Was it archaeological reasons, or was it more plan reader usability reasons?
Yes, I think it was where we could apply a buffer that could assist plan users with not having to have that 200 metre setback from the point, was to help in a plan user sense. Yes, yeah. So they did some assessment on particular defined find sites that could fit that to be able to have that 5 metre small buffer.
Thank you. This is perhaps, yeah, where there has been an extent, perhaps this is you're the wrong person to ask. I'll speak aloud then. What I'm thinking is, because this is partly in the right of reply for the SASMs report, is there may be sites where an extent has been identified and it may inherently already include a bit of a buffer in it. It takes into account that there's the features which are of significance, and it includes the context in which it makes those values are recognised. So, like for instance, a good example is when you're thinking about a person's property and the house is important for heritage reasons, you don't necessarily just schedule the footprint of the actual building foundations. You actually include the curtilage and the things that are associated with that house that give it the context to make it important. So the same can be applied to SASMs and to some extent archaeological features which have been identified. And I'm just interested in a GIS sense, have those been accounted for?
No. So when we're talking about, we've got the mapped extents, and
Yes.
there are the rules that have the like a setback.
Yes.
Those 50 metre, 100 metre, 200 metre setbacks aren't shown on the planning maps.
Yep.
So this kind of comes into one of the issues that was raised in submitter evidence, because the actual point and the actual mapped extent may not be on a neighbouring property. They might not be aware of that particular site. So I guess there are some layers in the E-plan where we do map the buffer. So I guess an example of that might be the keeping of goats, which requires a 2 kilometre setback from the national park for the keeping of goats. So that layer is actually, that buffer layer is displayed. Whereas we've got other layers, I think it's noise attenuation, 60 metres, if you live within 60 metres of a railway corridor, whereas that buffer isn't mapped spatially to alert plan users on that left-hand panel.
I think there's consented activities where there needs to, residential development can't occur within so many metres of a particular activity. Those don't tend to be mapped in planning maps as well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's just one of those interesting things where if you try to map everything, the maps become unfriendly to use. It's
yes,
it's more like spaghetti bolognese than GIS.
Yes, and that's why quite a lot of that discussion in the 42A talks about balancing the user experience for the plan users with visually representing that large amount of data.
Thank you. My other question was related to the scale, and I just really appreciate that you've looked at a number of options there. I think there's 5 now, including the hybrid.
Yeah.
And I was trying to think of some principles that might be useful for us to apply that, from a helicopter looking at what is the best value in terms of getting the right balance between plan usability and accurately showing the information. And you've obviously said, you're preferring I think it's the option 1 where the SASMs come up at the 1 to 8,000 scale, and that in my mind seems to make a lot of good sense. People getting to property that would be the scale they look at, but also, and I'm used to the option 4, certainly around the country, where the layers are off and you go to your property and you turn them on and off just to see what the difference is. But that does require a certain amount of skill, perhaps, or awareness that there are those layers to turn on and off. So, and I know I've been a hearing commissioner in a couple of examples where landowners have said, well, we never knew about them, and the place where the layer to turn on was sort of that. It was a little bit of a task to get there, but I don't think this is particularly that case that we're thinking about, because of from my look at it, the panels and the way you can turn them on and off seems much more user-friendly than some of the other examples I'm used to.
Yes. There's probably a couple of things I could talk to around that. So if we go back to when the draft district plan came into fruition, it was embedded in a multi-disciplinary approach. So it drew on GIS experts, planners, lawyers for legal robustness, and user experience came into those kind of workshops quite heavily. So right from the beginning, from the outset of the design of the e-plans, it was about the end user as the focal point. And so that was about being able to pull property information for them to be able to assess what are the features that apply to me? Do I need resource consent? Those kind of key property questions. And I guess what if that's kind of continued? So I kind of signaled in the 42A, if we need to deviate away from that user experience, then maybe a complete change like Porirua Council, they have them all turned off by default. So it was really, if that balancing of visibility and user experience is no longer working, do we need to move to a completely different option? And I guess outside of the actual e-plan itself, whatever option we do with requires probably a large amount of comms planning to make sure that we explain what we're expecting users to use these features like.
You've said that option 1 is your preferred and recommended option, and as a backstop option 4 is. I'm just wondering, what's the difference in your mind recommending to us between option 1 and option 4? Is the option 1 that you're very strongly preferring, and a far distance from that is option 4?
If raising the layer to visibility at 8,000 scale does fit, because I'm aware that we may not be able to get the scale ranges perfect for every layer for every situation, but if that is going to, if we test that and it's assessed as being appropriate, then that is my preferred option. However, if we're starting to raise the visibility of some historic heritage layers over others and we've got exceptions and an ad hoc approach, then maybe we need to look at reassessing the zoom scales in its entirety.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Stephen. I didn't have any other questions at this stage.
Thanks, Antoine. Kit?
Oh, kia ora, Ashley, thanks for that. Just 3 things. First, to follow up on what you were discussing with Commissioner Coffin, is there a functionality where the user can determine the scale, or is that just too complex to do?
No, that's set in the background of if we're going to use scale ranges, that's already preset. The only option is to have them on at all scales and then have them toggling on and off. So we can have them all on at all scales but turned off by default. Or if we went for the option with turned on by or by default, then the planning map just becomes unlegible at that point. Yeah.
You got to think about, in terms of that user experience, what's going to be the most likely scale that people are going to want to use the plan to some extent. And I guess that's hard to predict, isn't it?
Yes, especially when you've got residential properties that zoom all the way in, a small residential lot, but then you've got these large rural blocks that will pop out at a much higher scale when they're selected. So it was about, trying to balance the different scales for those different property types as well.
Okay. The other little specific issue I wanted to just talk to you about was this indicative road off the end of Oakwood Place, is it?
Yes, Oakwood Drive, yes.
Oakwood Drive. Now, look, I wasn't involved in the transport chapter. I presume the basis for these indicative roads was discussed at that hearing. Can anyone help me out?
Yes, I can help you out. I think Jacob's here as well. Did Jacob? Sorry, I'm just trying to call Jacob, did you do the transport?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Yes, I sort of raised the whole principle around indicative roads as against designations and just the whole, I suppose, general utility, because they're not always as a planning layer. They are just that, an indication. So they do sometimes cause more issues than not. But Jacob, how did we end up? I know I asked quite a lot of questions about that. The council's very clear that it does want to have these indicative roads shown in some of these areas.
Yeah, I think where we fundamentally landed up is that we didn't have any submissions or any scope in terms of the concept more broadly. So basically that framework, I suppose, around having indicative roads and how that's sort of spelt out in the transport policies and how that flows through to rules is there. So then I guess it comes down to these, there were some discrete submissions such as this Oakwood Drive one around the use of them. Yeah.
I mean, to some extent you can paint whatever you want on a planning map. It only really has a real world implication if there are rules constructed around it. Do these indicative roads limit or constrain or direct the non-developer landowner in any way?
Yeah, they do. So the indicative roads, as per recommended amendments from the transport chapter, require a 20-metre setback from the indicative roads for permanent structures, and that's around protecting that kind of corridor.
Okay. So they're sort of like a de facto. They're sort of like a de facto designation, but there's sort of no put option that you might have if it was actually a designation. So yeah,
that was sort of the issue essentially that Commissioner Daish is talking about. That was raised in the transport chapter. I think one sort of point that I'd make there as well is that this obviously wasn't so much of an issue with the structure planned areas. That was accepted that the indicative road is an appropriate approach. I guess in my mind, in an area such as this, which is a relatively large greenfield space, they're kind of serving a similar purpose to the indicative roads within those structure planned areas, although I accept that it's not structure planned.
Yeah, so if the owners of this property, for whatever reason, didn't want to develop it and subdivide it more closely, but wanted to build some, additional large structures on the property, they'd need a resource consent to do so if they were going to do that within 20 metres of that dotted line on their site. Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. In terms of, sorry, Jacob, I need you again. Sorry, Ashley, I'll get back to you. And this is simply because I wasn't involved in this. In terms of the traffic engineering, has council, I mean, we're dealing with this as a mapping issue, yet the submitter is providing us with expert evidence from a traffic engineer assessing the merits of the connection at a sort of a landowner level. Has the council produced any evidence around the rationale for this particular linkage through a traffic engineering approach?
No, we haven't. There isn't any engineering input on this particular specific link, I suppose.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that. Thanks, Jacob. Ashley, the issue I really wanted to talk about now was, I guess the whole concept of this e-plan and how it is legally robust. Prior to the national planning standards, there was a big I was going to say furore, but that's probably putting it a little bit too high. Certainly, when the Auckland Unitary Plan came before Judge Smith in the Environment Court, and the planning manager, Mr. Dogood, was effectively summoned to court to give affidavits to try and persuade His Honour why this thing was a district plan at all, given that it didn't exist in a paper form. Yeah, I mean, there'll be several days that I'll never get back listening to that interchange, but the outcome from that court decision was His Honour effectively accepting that the Electronic Transactions Act applied and set out a basic data standard to ensure accessibility and reliability of data. Now, I know that was all pre the National Planning Standards, and the government appears to have thought this through a little bit more, and it requires the council to upload to what data.govt.nz all of these shape files, which I'm assuming that's, it's almost like the old Torrens title system, how that's morphed into one copy of a GIS shapefile that is the legal definition of what everyone's talking about, that's almost kept in a safe that two people have the key to, that they need to operate together to be able to change it. And so this is a roundabout way of coming back to the question, when this plan is live and it's in a digital format, how does the user determine whether it is the right version, and how does the system operate to prevent a person inadvertently changing it or changing it by error in a way that's not able to be properly documented or recorded?
So are you talking from a plan user perspective, not from creating the data? So if you're a plan user?
It's sort of both sides.
Okay.
What's the data standard that enables a user to be confident that the document they're looking at is the document that is the district plan, because of course that's the law, and what's the process of changing it behind the scenes, because again, there's a legal process that one has to go through to do that. And the example that the judge used was, well, I can go onto the AUP website and I can just print off the chapter and I can convert it into a Word document. I can manipulate it. I can cut and paste and put it into things. How does anyone know at any one point in time that the document or the rule or the provision that the person is using is actually the correct version?
Okay. So the ePlan system, when you're in the ePlan, there is a piece there that says, it tells you what version you're looking at, and there's an option to look through previous versions or revisions. So when we create a new ePlan, whether it's the draft and proposed and decisions version or operative or a plan change, they're all created as a complete service as a point in time. So plan users are able to toggle back to the draft plan to see exactly what provisions and exactly what map was presented at that time, and then toggle forward. So when you take information away from the ePlan, you can print PDF copies of the chapters, and they're all date stamped with that particular revision, and it tells you version, proposed plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, those documents, when they print, because you talk in the 42A report about how the standard requires that the electronic seal of the local authority and an electronic signature verifying its authenticity in the ePlan and in any downloaded or printed copy of the policy statement or plan. And your response is this will be applied when the council approves the decisions made on the PDP. So will we expect, when we navigate through the ePlan, every time one pops up to read, to say to that, I'm going to read the general residential zone provision, will each of the pages that I scroll through have a copy of a seal with a signature at the bottom? Or how is that seal going to be, how's that authenticity going to be demonstrated?
So I've had a look into this. Looking at other councils, so there are 20 other ISAVIST E-plans across the country, regional, district and city. 8 of those are NPS aligned, either in draft or proposed, but there's also a range of operative plans that have been just converted to the E-plan platform as they are, so the current operative plan. And there is a chapter or a write-up where we've got the introduction section in part 1, and that's where they apply the seal, the rubber stamp and everything at the front of the plan.
Okay, so that would, someone would have to, so that will be a separate, that's a separate file really in the whole compendium, the plan. The subsequent layers or chapters, if I print them off, won't on their face show a seal.
Not that I'm aware of, but I can check with our Isovist software partners, but it does definitely show the version you were looking at.
Okay. So you could put it in as a watermark or something like that, but I'd be interested in that.
Okay.
The other angle I'm interested in here is who holds the keys to the district plan in a way. I mean, a foolish hypothetical example might be Ashley Gulliver gets disgruntled with the council and decides one night she's going to go in there and change the zoning of a property to increase its development potential, and then just press enter, and it's all changed forever. What are the checks and balances to make sure that no disgruntled or hacker, for example, from Eastern Europe decides they're going to suddenly change all the colours on the New Plymouth District Plan maps?
So without my GIS expert here with me, when we create that service, it is created and finalised and hosted onto our council services. So once it's hosted, that's it. There's no more changes that can be made to that. The E-plan then draws on those GIS layers and connects them to view, and any change made in the E-plan is dated by the person that made that change and the date that made that change, and those changes won't show until it's published as a revision. So so it's quite clear when changes were made and what they were. You can actually roll back. For GIS things, it's a little bit different, but especially for any text changes, it's very clear when and how those changes have been made.
So presumably within the hosting agreement between the council and whoever's hosting it, there would be an authentication protocol such that, you know, the host would require verification of a certain type in order to effectively revise the hosted document.
Yeah, I can definitely check that though.
Okay. I know it's probably something that you haven't started thinking about. Well, I suppose it is in terms of what happens in the future after this thing's up and live and council starts thinking about making tweaks by way of plan changes and identifying those potential changes within the plan. I guess there will need to be, well, obviously the platform's been constructed with that capacity in mind, knowing that it might need to be changed and run proposed variations or changes to the wording of the document from a certain point in time. So yes, you would potentially have a plan, you know how you were talking about the different versions, you might have, you know, you'll have the plan as at this date, then you might have the plan change 1 version or the plan change 2 version. And it may only be that a small part of it's subject to the change, but it would still show up by each plan change version.
Yes, so for example, I think it might have been Waimakariri. One of the other councils is in proposed form stage in the E-plan, and they have had to run 3 minor amendment kind of revisions, new revisions, because they've had to make minor changes to a few chapters. So in their revision, so you can choose between which version you're looking at, you can look at proposed, or you can go forward and view proposed with amendment to transport rules or whatever it was. So they're all categorized and stamped as when those changes have been made. So when the e-plan loads, it always loads to the most recent revision, so the most up-to-date version when it loads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I think that was all I was. Yeah. Okay. No, thanks, Ashley. That's helpful. Thanks, Steve.
Yes, thank you, Kit. Pretty interesting stuff, particularly around your questions coming out of the Auckland plan experience, which I think just even sharing those, Kit, I think it's great to let the New Plymouth team sort of understand perhaps some of the issues that were raised there. I have just one follow-up question, actually. The levels of delegation for approving and changing the plan, are they set within the council delegations or will need to be set?
In terms of approving a revision?
The keys to make it go live, there probably need to be a delegation of where that sits at, whether it sits with the Juliet's level or somewhere else.
Yep, so as the e-planner, I have the settings in the e-plan to publish it, but that gets done after a formal council process, formal council meeting. So
that's a formal council.
It's an outcome of, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So that's a governance sign off with, so the delegation sits actually with the council itself rather than any of the staff.
Yes, I don't push go until formally told to. Yeah.
Okay. And I was a bit intrigued about the other versions, Kit's question. One thought came to mind that once we've moved to another version, is it sensible or possible just to lock the previous versions from being printed? That would seem to be a way of control. You turn your mind to that?
Potentially, I think there would be settings in the back end that we could turn off those downloadable versions, but just noting that if they did download a previous version, then it would be stamped with proposed version. Yeah, I guess that the key thing, so I guess plan users that are moving on to this when it becomes operative for the first time will be using them as, the new set. I guess it's the submitters that want to know how their submissions have been dealt with, have the opportunity to toggle back between the versions and have them in track change form to see how those provisions have ended up. So they'll probably be more interested in toggling between those two versions for when the new version comes out. So it does cater for the uses of that purpose and new users using it for the first time. Yes.
Okay. So that's all good. I have to say that your title as an e-planner sounds pretty exciting. I have two children of my own in the early 20s that would love to sort of do the sort of work you do. It's pretty interesting and certainly it's a whole new area of speciality in school. So it's something you've obviously embraced, Ashley, and it's a very, I find the plan myself quite logical as a whole. And what we're dealing with here in this hearing is what I think is some fine-tuning issues. Would you agree with that? Seems to be a general acceptance that from submitters that we've got things pretty right. Is that the overall view you would agree with?
Yeah. So it's just those fine-tuning those few e-plan functionality settings to get them right. Yeah.
I think personally, Stephen, I think you should be nervous. This is the rise of the machines, mate. Ashley is Skynet.
Okay. I still read things on paper, so I'm the past generation. I have to. You go, Kit. Yep.
I was going to say I was reflecting on was it who's the Ngāti Rahiri Hapu evidence, which we got through Mr. Holswich's evidence. He was quite critical about the process by which it was developed. And I mean, I think that there's some issues there which might be quite good for you eventually to come back on. But I think just reflecting on what Stephen was saying, I don't know whether there was ever going to be a perfect way to do this. I mean, presumably if we'd given it to Jeff Bezos to do, it might be very, very different. The interesting complaint from Mr. Holswich is that the plan is structured around property. And I can understand that because, you know, for better or for worse, humans organize themselves around property and ownership. And I suspect that was just the natural way to develop a platform like this. If in several generations that sort of focus for human organization changes, then there may be a different way to organize the plan. I mean, for example, you could organize a plan ignoring cadastral boundaries and ignoring ownership and simply having the base layer as solely all of the natural water resources, and that becomes the underlying mapping for the whole district. And then what happens on different properties is simply almost like an overlay. If you think of it like that, I mean, zoning reflects ownership, and then everything gets laid over the top of it. But it doesn't have to be like that. So I don't know whether I'm going to be interested to talk to Mr. Holswich about whether he's got a better idea, but I can understand the logic for constructing it in this way, given the way we organise ourselves as a species, really. Anyway, there we go. There's my philosophical rant for the morning.
Thank you for that, Kit. Actually, I just wanted to get, I've put you a proposition that the E-plan seems to be logically set out. Do you have any records of feedback? It's been around for a couple of years now. People have been using it. Do you have sort of records of hits? Any feedback processes? Anyone seriously complaining about readability and usability that you could share?
Yeah, so I came on board with council at the proposed plan stage, but looking back, there is a lot of user experience workshops, stakeholder workshops, all part of developing that draft plan. And we do obtain Google Analytics, which gives us an idea of how many hits have come through from accessing the plan, what chapters are most used. So there are records of user feedback and experience feedback that have all been assessed by council as things that we can improve or things that we're restricted on, so that there's quite a lot of documentation on that as part of that move to an E-plan format.
And we just double checking again, you're not aware of any feedback that's highlighting something that's really broken, that in your view as a planner, even outside the submission points, you have a requirement to deal with? Is there anything that is sitting there that's not driven by submission responses that are causing problems?
Not that I can think of. In knowing the limitations that are available on the iCIVIS platform, then I believe that the submitters have captured those main ones that I'm certainly aware of.
Okay.
But I'm also aware that iCIVIS, like any software provider, is always looking at improvements and enhancements. It's just the nature of improving services. So while there isn't any upgrades specifically scheduled recently, they've always got a work program on of improving. And as more councils have come on board, they also have brought on their GIS expertise and also their ideas about how the E-plan could be improved or better serve the users, bringing along their planning expertise from around the country.
Okay, just you mentioned there's 8 E-plans that are tuned in to the National Planning Standard.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
I'm interested. You've made some comparisons. So, do you know, are there, of those 8, are there, which are the ones that are in proposed plan hearings phase? Do you know offhand, or could you?
Closest to us in the process, we've got Porirua City Council.
Yes.
They're also got their hearing streams underway. Selwyn District Council is also NPS aligned.
West
Coast Regional Council had an NPS aligned one, and I'm just having a check. A couple were in draft form. You with me? We had, proposed Central Hawke's Bay E-Plan.
Yes.
Wanganui has an E-Plan that's NPS aligned, slightly different to the rest of the ones that have come out. They've got it slightly different. And there's a West Coast Exposure draft E-Plan. And I think I mentioned draft Nelson E-Plan, a draft Timaru E-Plan, and a proposed Waimakarere E-Plan.
Okay, I think some of those ones, Nelson's an example where they've decided to hold off, wait for the next Billy Goat to come across the bridge with some new legislation, maybe. So, yes, so look, that's good. The ones I'm certainly aware are in process. The 3 district plans, Porirua City, Selwyn District, Central Hawke's Bay District are in hearings at the moment with E-plans.
Yeah. So I have compared about their things like Zoom settings and things like that. They all have slightly different ways that they have done those types of settings and functions, but they've also probably catered them for their data. So, for example, I think Porirua only had 20 or 22 scheduled SASM sites. So if they decided to turn that on by default, that's quite a different visual choice than what we have with thousands of items. So I guess they do vary across from what I've seen across the country.
Okay, no, that's great. Thanks for that information. I've just got some specific questions going through your section 42A. Okay. So just starting at your paragraph 22, Ashley. This is about the you're talking about the new, what's it called? Flick back a paragraph.
Oh, the higher order documents.
The Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Bill, which has got certainly got Porirua and Selwyn in a real tailspin with their hearings. You say that there's an opportunity for the Minister for Housing to make an order on council to require a tier 2 council to develop an intensification plan. That hasn't occurred, has it? Just for the record.
I will have to check that one with our team.
Maybe Sarah's.
Yeah, if she's on.
Yes.
No, we have met with the staff from the Ministry for the Environment, and they were doing an audit of councils that sort of were in our bracket, which were on the cusp of looking at that tier 1, and they were looking whether they would recommend that a direction is put forward, but they confirmed verbally that we weren't in that bracket. But what I have noticed is that Rotorua has been put forward into that tier 1 bracket. So they actually nominated themselves. But so from the Ministry of the Environment's perspective, they didn't have us on their radar, and our council also isn't looking to put ourselves forward to be put in that category.
Okay, no, that's great. Thanks for that confirmation, Sarah. I was aware there would have been discussions. So you got your council's not looking to put itself forward.
No.
Don't see any reason given where your plan's at, and the verbal feedback that we can rely on, with the fact that it is verbal, is that MFE don't have you in their sites either. Okay. Thanks for that. It is a discretion. So if they're not going to do it, they wouldn't tell you they wouldn't write to you necessarily saying we're not going to do it. Yes.
No, but we have a regular, we have a person who's based and looks after us, so we have regular contact with the ministry. It's sort of every month or so we'll be in contact, and whenever we need to talk or meet, we certainly do, and we reach out. And definitely when that bill came out, we had a series of meetings with the ministry about that and what were the implications for us. So it's a very, the information's free flowing between council and the ministry on that.
Yes, okay. That's good. Just as an observation, I think your plan is pretty sort of forward-looking about these urban growth matters, and it seems to be the Kaingaora and the council team are working pretty well together on getting the right balance. And so it's really just an observation. But thanks for that clarification.
No problem.
Right, Ashley, just moving to paragraph 76. This is the optionality about putting some sort of labels on the planning maps to go along with colours. You're not recommending that New Plymouth does that, but my question really is, from a functionality point of view, could it?
From a functionality point, yes.
Yes. So that's a choice thing, isn't it? Like you're given, thanks for the example, which I think you gave from Selwyn.
On
yes. Page 25. I'm still thinking about this actually, to be honest. It's something that does add something, some more information that that Kaki means greater, what's GRUZ? That's the general rural zone, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, they've got a slightly different rules.
Different rule, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I did look at that, but it was really from a user perspective about if an acronym came up, would I know what that meant if I was a lay submitter or a lay plan user, and if I saw where labels saying where the racecourse and that was, whether that would help me orientate myself better. That's what that layer of labels has been used for currently in the proposed district plan. It's all about wayfinding.
Okay. But would you accept that if you're not a local person, a local practitioner, the wayfinding where the racecourse was, you wouldn't have a clue, would you, if you were beaming in from Canterbury or somewhere further afield?
Correct. Yeah. So I think in most cases, I think the rural area is quite self-explanatory with its colour, but when you get into some of those purple industrial sites, potentially labelling those specific sites like the major facility sites could be beneficial.
Because they're all grey, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, the special purpose.
Yeah, maybe using plain English labels rather than acronyms could serve both users and professional users better.
But am I correct that just reading your evidence, it's something you've considered and there's pros and cons, so you're not sort of in a die in a ditch position on this if we favoured?
Yes, and understanding how clicking on a zone will bring up the left-hand panel to explain what that zone is there for users. Okay,
well, I think we'll think about that as we go forward. Paragraph 88, and this is your example about a notation on the plan which isn't related to a parcel, and you've helpfully given us I think it's the
cenotaph example.
Cenotaph example. So can you just run that through me again? Like you did explain that in the introduction. So to see that come up when you're actually in the E-plan, do you have to do some clicking around to bring that layer up?
Yeah, so you'll see a heritage item 49, which is just to the right on that
Yes.
image in figure 9. That
Yes.
is within a property boundary there. So you can click onto that property and the left-hand panel will display the zone of that property, but it'll also display the item information for heritage item 49. So it'll say what that site is. So whatever comes up in the left-hand panel does match what is tabled in the schedule. So for heritage item 49, a plan user can see it in the left-hand panel and across in the schedule, was it schedule 3? Sorry, I don't have the exact number, but for heritage item 7, it's in the road reserve, and in the E-plan, you can't click on a road pass like the road network or outside property boundaries. It comes up with a pop-up box saying unable to locate property, and that's because it's all based on the information that it pulls is from our property database layer. So for that situation, you'd need to go to the schedule and go to the table and go to ID7 and then get the details of that site that way.
You still see ID7 there though, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, okay.
Yes.
So,
So it's just missing that clickable,
okay.
yes, functionality.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that. Paragraph 111. This is, Kit's been talking to you about these different options for scalability. We have.
Sorry, what was the paragraph number? Sorry.
111.
Okay. Yep.
So we've heard, I think it's in Maria's evidence that she's interested in this option 5. We will hear from Maria, obviously, but is there a fatal flaw for you in option 5, or you put it up as an option? So I presume there's not, but it's more of a preference thing.
Yeah, it was really just making an attempt to try all settings to possibly resolve the zoom issue, scale issue for this particular layer. So this would be quite a bespoke layer where it covers that kind of being able to mark up those areas, or at least give an indication of where those are at the higher scale without completely covering and overwhelming the map like the icon does in the other examples. And then as you zoom in and you get to that closer scale, that is when those marker dots drop away and you get the SESM dual icon or the SESM icon like it is in the proposed district plan.
Again, this is functionally doable, but it's not an option you prefer.
It just makes this layer very differently approached than say notable trees or other historic heritage items, and whether those should be elevated to the same level with marker dots was questions that we started asking at that point as well.
Okay, and then you could get a lot of clutter if you did that consistency, right? Understand that. Okay, thank you, Ashley. Just about there. Your page 53, where you're quoting from Jamie's right reply. This is this first gas issue. I've already signalled, I think, that just when first gas present, just a wee bit of a discussion between you and I think it's sort of you, Jamie, and Nicola from First Gas will just get you three together just so we completely understand the issues. And you've got some good plans that I think in your attachment 4, is it? Yes,
that's the minor amendments that we've shown to amend that pipeline corridor to include.
Okay, that's good. So we'll do that on Monday. Two last ones. Your paragraph 199 and the figure 16 below.
199, yes.
That red holiday box on the left hand side of the figure, does that pop up out of the district plan?
No, I just wanted it to be legible for the panel to see. So that's just showing where it would sit in that left-hand panel.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's just a visual representation of where we might insert property area.
Yes,
Yeah.
but that if the plan's locked down, obviously those rating values are going to be changing a lot, aren't they? So you wouldn't want a layer that's going to be out of date the year after. If you did actually put that value information in there, it's not going to be that helpful, is it?
I do need to check with our GIS specialist. There are a couple of things that are kept up to date in the E-plan, and I just need to check with him how that works, and I can signal that in my verbal right of reply. I think that is both those property rating, the information for the property rates, and I think there might be something that changes for the actual parcels. So I'll just check the frequency that those get updated.
Okay. But this is where, again, you've looked at the request to actually have the area of the parcel notated, and the usefulness of that. I can see both sides of the story, but I just wanted to see how, if we did go with that recommendation or that submission, how the rates information would change over time, or could it change through time?
Yeah. Check that.
That's everything I have. Ashley, thank you for your presentation. It's as I say, it's a very interesting job, and I must admit I love plans and maps. It gives me joy, so it's a great area to be working in, to see good mapping, and thank you for all your work on this for the council. So look, at 10:30, let's just stop for a cup of tea and a break. We'll come back at 10:45. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Might just wait for another couple of secs, just make sure everyone's online. Okay, Jamie, are you leading off next? Is that the plan?
Yes, that's correct. I'll just wait for Christine to put the presentation up. Thank you. All right, thank you. So kia ora tātou. As mentioned earlier, I'm Jamie Cannon. I'm a planning consultant at Boffinmer School, currently based in Auckland, and I've been assisting the New Plymouth District Plan with the District Plan Review for some time now. So I was involved in the proposed preparation of the proposed district plan, and I've also been involved in other hearings to date. With me, I was due to have Lucy Deverill, who is the co-author of the definition section 42A report, but unfortunately she has come down with COVID and unable to attend today. So I'm representing both of us. So I've been involved in the preparation of the report. So hopefully I should be able to answer most questions, but there may be some matters that I might need to go away and check, just FYI.
Thank you, Jamie. Can you just pass on our regards to Lucy, and thank you for all her work. It's a very thorough report that you all prepared. So just say, just give her our thanks for her work.
Yes, I will. Thank you. And then also just wanted to mention Denise Young is also in attendance today, because Boffinmer School has a conflict of interest as we provide policy advice to the Department of Corrections and Horticulture New Zealand. So Denise Young has been the reporting officer for those particular submissions. So we have prepared the Section 42A report. I just wanted to welcome everyone today and thank all the submitters who have provided input into the definitions to date. If we can move to the next slide, please, Christine. And so this presentation will follow a similar theme to other hearings, where it generally covers the context, the operative district plan approach, the proposed approach, a general overview of the submissions and the key issues that were raised, then an overview of our recommended amendments in response to the submissions and the key matters that remain in contention. Next slide, please, Christine. So in terms of the context for the definitions topic, obviously definitions are very important to the interpretation of the provisions and very strongly linked to the provisions. So this Section 42A report has been prepared quite late in the hearing timetable, which means we have the benefit of recommendations for all of the other topics that have come before us, and we have relied quite heavily on the recommendations of other reporting officers in preparing our recommendations on the definitions. In terms of some more general context, so the shift from an effects-based operative district plan to an activities-based plan has meant there's been quite a shift in the nature of definitions used. So the effects-based plan, I think had about, it's 200 odd submissions, but now moving into the proposed district plan, there's close to 293 recommended definitions, which shows the nature of the plan being an effects-based plan needing activities-based definitions to support the rules. In terms of the national planning standards, the Section 75 of the RMA requires district plans to give effect to a national planning standard, and the national planning standards includes mandatory directions for the application of definitions in the district plans. Specifically, where a plan includes a term that is provided for in the definitions list of the planning standards, then a plan must apply the same definition as the national planning standards. There is the ability to define a term that is a subcategory of or has a narrower application than a defined term in the national planning standards, or additional terms that are not the same or equivalent as those terms that are defined in the national planning standards. The national planning standard specifies that where consequential amendments are made to the wider plan to adopt the national planning standards definitions, they should be made in the policies or plan provisions to retain the intent. And if a term is used in more than one context, this must be explained in the definition. So the proposed district plan includes 53 definitions, which are consistent with those that are specified in the national planning standards. In terms of the scope of our Section 42A report and the hearing on definitions, the scope of our report is limited to the submissions on definitions that have not been previously considered under the topic-based hearings. So essentially it's a wrap-up of the definitions that were not covered in the topic-based hearings, or where the submissions were deferred because the definition relies or is used across several chapters of the plan. And as I said earlier, many of our recommendations are heavily reliant on the recommendations made previously by other reporting officers. So next slide, please, Christine. So as I mentioned, the operative plan is an effects-based plan, which means it doesn't generally identify particular activities. The general approach is that all activities are allowed to occur, provided that they meet certain performance standards to manage their effects, such as complying with boundary setbacks, minimum daylight requirements, and maximum height. There are some standards that also apply to any activity on a site to manage effects of noise, lighting, traffic safety, and traffic generation effects. The operative district plan contains 211 definitions in total, and these are grouped together in volume 1 of the district plan. Some of these definitions are accompanied by diagrams or figures. And to assist with the interpretation of provisions, all words or phrases are defined for the purposes of the plan are shown in uppercase, and then all definitions in italics and uppercase are extracted from the RMA. Next slide, please, Christine. The proposed district plan approach is in line with the National Planning Standards, which means the definitions are located in Part 1, the Introduction and General Provisions, under the Interpretation section. As notified, the proposed district plan contained 254 definitions, most of which are New Plymouth District Council specific definitions. 53 are from the National Planning Standards and several are from the RMA. There are 2 nesting tables which gather specific land use activities into general groups for commercial activities and rural orientated activities. Wherever a defined term appears in the proposed district plan, in the provision, it's identified by blue hyperlinked text, which means plan users can click on the definition and a box pops up explaining what the defined term is. And these pop-up boxes also distinguish between the RMA, National Planning Standards, and New Plymouth District Council terms. So the grey boxes indicates that it is a term from the RMA or the National Planning Standards. The new approach, moving to an activities-based plan and coupled with the implementation of the National Planning Standards, has resulted in an increase in the number of definitions in the proposed district plan from the operative. So Appendix 1 of our Section 42A report with our recommendations, including the recommendations from other reporting officers associated with other topics, contains a total of 293 definitions. When compared to the operative district plan definitions, the proposed district plan has a higher number of defined activities to support the activity-based rules for the zones, such as residential activity, community facility, and commercial activity. Next slide, please, Christine. So in terms of an overview of submissions, we received 49 original submissions with 227 individual submission points in total. There were 21 further submissions with 91 individual submission points. A large majority of the submissions on definitions were in support. So there were 123 submission points generally supportive and seeking that the definitions were retained as notified. There were 83 definitions in total which only received submissions in support. There were 62 submission points supporting in part the definitions and seeking that they were amended, and 38 submission points which opposed definitions and sought that they were deleted or amended. The large majority of submissions came from a whole wide range of submitters. So these were made up of central government agencies, iwi, a range of interest groups and organisations, network utility operators, commercial operators, and community members. Next slide, please, Christine. So in terms of the key issues that were raised in submissions, some of the key themes that came through were consistency with the National Planning Standards. So some of the submitters either supported the proposed definitions that were consistent with the National Planning Standards or sought amendments to other definitions to ensure consistency with the National Planning Standards. Something that came through from various submitters was deleting the incorrect reference to Section 2 of the RMA, where the definition actually relates to the National Planning Standards. So as notified, the proposed district plan contained 49 definitions which were prefaced as having the same meaning as Section 2 of the RMA, but they actually should have referred to the National Planning Standards. So that's an error that we've recommended is corrected. In general, submissions were based on clarity and consistency across the proposed district plan. So a number of submissions were received in relating to the plain and ordinary meaning of words. So for example, deletion of the term staff within the district plan because that term can be commonly understood based on its normal meaning. And then some other submissions were received to define features that were used on the planning maps. So one example of that is a new definition of public access corridors, which are defined on the planning maps just to assist with interpretation of the provisions for public access corridors. And next slide, please. So a summary of our Section 42A recommendations. We made a number of recommended changes to ensure that the definitions are accurate, concise and clear. We recommended to adopt planning standard definitions which have been submitted on or which must be brought into the plan as a result of adopting a planning standard definition. So one example of that was use of the term site coverage in the zone rules, where the equivalent or the national planning standard includes a definition of building coverage, which was the same intent as what the council was trying to achieve through their site coverage standards. So we recommended referring to building coverage and building footprint in the definitions and amending the standards to match. Some recommendations to achieve better integration and alignment between the definitions and provisions of the proposed district plan, including the recommendations that had already been made by other reporting officers for the chapter and topic-based reports. And then removal of some definitions that were unnecessary for the plan. Next slide, please. So in terms of the submissions that were evaluated in our Section 42A report that were not addressed as part of the topic-based hearings, our recommendations included 68 or amendments to 68 existing definitions, including 49 minor corrections, 7 new definitions, and the new definitions were building coverage, building footprint, household, public access corridor, rear allotment, social infrastructure, and treaty settlement land. And then we recommended that 28 definitions were retained as notified. And then where recommendations were made to amend definitions, we recommended consequential changes that were necessary to relevant parts of the plan, which are summarised in the last section of our 42A report, which we understand will be addressed in the sweep up hearing to achieve integration across the plan. So that was section 5.3.68 of our section 42A report. Next slide, please. In terms of evidence that we've received, most of our Section 42A recommendations are supported by submitters. And so there's currently only 9 definitions that remain in contention. And it's important to note here that we've separated out the definitions that remain in contention on this slide from those that have been assessed previously by other topic-based hearings. So this slide is essentially the definitions that are within the scope of our Section 42A report, but we have received some evidence on other definitions which we did not previously assess, which I'll talk to slightly later. So the first definition that remains in contention is rural character. We've received evidence from federated farmers who are seeking changes to the recommended definition to place more emphasis on primary production and remove any reference to network utilities. Federated Farmers considers that network utilities are often not present in rural areas, whereas primary production is almost always only located in rural areas. The next one is home-based childcare and childcare services, where Ms. Johnson from Johnson Resource Management has suggested removing the metrics or thresholds from the definitions and placing them in the rules. The third one is self-contained sleep out and multi-unit development. So we've received evidence and legal submissions from Kāinga Ora on these definitions, which are very closely related to its evidence that is due to be presented at the residential zone hearing. Specifically, Kāinga Ora is seeking that the definition of multi-unit development is adjusted to align with its evidence presented or due to be presented at the residential zone hearing, which is essentially to allow 3 units as a permitted activity in the medium density residential zone. In relation to the definitions of sleep out and self-contained, Kāinga Ora seeks that these definitions are deleted from the proposed district plan because these terms are self-evident and accounted for in the definition of accessory building or residential unit. We also understand that Kāinga Ora has submitted evidence on the residential zone hearing, seeking that the term sleep out is removed from the residential zone provisions, meaning that if the reporting officer for the residential zones accepts or recommends accepting this request, then the terms self-contained and sleep out would no longer need to be defined. In terms of adjacent and adjoining, Kāinga Ora has filed legal submissions on these 2 definitions and considers that the defined terms do not add any clarity to plan users because they have a common meaning that should be adopted without needing a specific definition. Reverse sensitivity, Kāinga Ora has also filed legal submissions opposing this definition because it could be interpreted in different ways. And Kāinga Ora has suggested that this term is either deleted from the proposed district plan or an alternative definition is used. And they've suggested an alternative definition that they consider as legally more appropriate and definitive based on a definition that was endorsed by the Environment Court in the court case for Hudson Bay Holdings versus Auckland Council. And last but not least is the treaty settlement land definition, which arose as a result of earlier recommendations on the strategic direction, the Tangata Whenua hearing. So as a result of that, we've recommended including a definition of treaty settlement land, which is supported by Te Kahui o Taranaki, but Te Kohitanga o Te Atiawa has concerns that this definition is too limiting because it only applies to land that is identified in the deed of settlement or treaty settlement legislation. So that is essentially land that is surplus to Crown requirements and returned to iwi through the deed of settlements. And also the current definition would not apply to any non-Crown owned land that is purchased by iwi to achieve their aspirations or grow their asset base outside of those properties that are identified in the treaty settlement legislation. So my understanding is that TKOTAT's main concerns are that this approach continues to restrict and narrow how Māori land, including treaty settlement land, should be developed throughout the New Plymouth district. Next slide, please, Christine. Just in terms of treaty settlement land, we indicated in our Section 42A report that we would provide the panel with some context on the extent and nature of known treaty settlement land in the district to assist with the implications or understanding the implications of our recommendations. So in summary, there are 4 iwi that have settled their treaty claims in the New Plymouth district. And there are 2, so Ngāti Maru and Maniapoto, which are yet to settle their treaty claims, which may not happen before the proposed district plan becomes operative. So our recommended definition intentionally includes land which is returned to iwi after the proposed district plan becomes operative. In terms of the known areas of treaty settlement land, this is based on Council's rates database. So there may be some issues with accuracy, and it's, I guess I need to put a proviso in here that this information is indicative only, and Council has said that they don't consider this covers all of the treaty settlement sites. But essentially what the information we do have is that there are 36 land parcels which are currently able to be identified as treaty settlement land within Council's rating database. And these are illustrated by the black dots on the map that is shown. So 72% of these sites are located within the residential zones, 19.4% are located in rural production zones, and 8.3% in business zones, and 5.5% in open space zones. So these are spread kind of throughout the district, located in New Plymouth, Waitara, Okato, Inglewood, and near Lepperton and Tarata. And the parcel sizes range between 0.05 hectares to 13.5 hectares, with the average parcel size of 1.2 hectares. Next slide, please, Christine. This slide covers the definitions that we've received evidence on that have previously been evaluated as part of other hearings. So these definitions and submissions are contributory building, which I understand is being addressed in the rider reply for historic heritage, heritage upgrade works, noise sensitive activities, regional biodiversity value, wetland and natural water body. And all of these definitions are or the requests by the submitters have been recommended to be rejected in other Section 42A reports or rider replies that have previously been issued. So I just wanted to highlight that we did not assess these definitions or submissions as part of our Section 42A report, but we have received evidence for this hearing on these submissions. And lastly, we issued an addendum to our Appendix 1 of our, next slide, Christine, to Appendix 1 of our Section 42A report yesterday. Would the panel like me to go through the addendum briefly?
Yes, please, Jamie. Yeah.
Okay, great. So this was issued yesterday. Essentially, the key reasons for it is because several recommendations on definitions related to other topics have been updated or amended since we issued our Section 42A report. So we wanted to make sure that Appendix 1 discussed at this hearing captures all the latest recommendations by all the other reporting officers. So those amendments are highlighted in grey in Appendix 1. And then several reporting officers for other hearings also alerted us to some minor errors or inconsistencies with our Appendix 1, where the recommendations weren't completely matching their recommendations in their 42A or rider reply reports. So those corrections are highlighted in yellow. And then they're also summarised in Table 1 on the first page of our addendum. So essentially these are corrections to align what's shown in our Appendix 1 with other recommendations that have been made. The other matter is soft landscaping. So we had previously made a recommendation to remove the word soft from the definition of soft landscaping. So it's only, it's essentially landscaping. Because that was how the definition was worded. It included soft and hard landscaping. But the reporting officer for notable trees has since made us aware that Tree Rule 1 refers specifically to soft landscaping, and it does require a definition of soft landscaping to support that rule, to make it clear that hard landscaping is not permitted by that rule. So we recommend reinstating a definition of soft landscaping, which is accurate and that it only refers to soft landscaping activities, and then retaining our original recommendation of landscaping, which includes the definition of landscaping for accuracy to support other provisions of the plan that refer to landscaping. And the last one on page 2 was community facility, which I will just let Denise Young speak to briefly as it relates to the Department of Corrections submissions. If you don't mind, Denise.
Yeah, so since the publishing of the Section 42A report, I realised I'd made an error in my recommendation, because the term community, the definition of community facility is a definition under the New Zealand planning standards, and therefore cannot be changed. So to provide similar relief, which was the relief, alternative relief that was also sought by the Department of Corrections, I recommend a nesting table is added for the term community facility, which clarifies that community correction activities are a subset of community facilities. And I would just like to, and I've recommended, so that's in Appendix 1, but I've also made a slight error to Appendix 1. So the name of the nesting table, for clarity's sake, should be community facility nesting table, and then it should be community facilities, not community activities. And within that nesting table, I've also included emergency service facilities. So these cover things like fire stations, and I think this is in scope of, also in scope of the FENS submission, which also wanted to get better alignment of their activities across the plan.
Denise, just to clarify, so those let's say corrections or amendments are captured in the updated addendum that we've just dated 29th of April, is that right?
Yes, except for the corrections to the Appendix 1.
Oh, right.
Just so instead of, it says community activities nesting table, it
Yes.
should read community facilities nesting table, and then under that it should say community facilities, not activities.
Oh, gotcha. So we need to make that amendment to this addendum.
Yes.
And issue another one with a new date, and that will go up online as the, so there's another version that's coming, that will come to us. So I think if you can organise that with Christine, that'd be great. And look, thanks for Jamie and Denise for sort of going through that clarification. This is one of the tricky integration issues, and I think you've done a pretty good job. And having another look at it from the other planners when they've seen your 42-hour report just adds another level of certainty for us. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you. There was nothing else. Jamie. I don't have anything else to cover in the presentation, so now it's time for questions if the panel has any questions for us.
Great, thanks. And kicking off with Antoine again.
Hey, thank you. And you really appreciated the really fulsome 42A report. I was looking at it with a little bit of dread when I got it in the mail, and it's quite heavy. But actually it was an easy read. So I just really appreciated the way that you've set it out. As an aside, when I was a young fellow, I used to read encyclopedias and dictionaries, something that probably young people don't have access to much these days. So it was an easy read, and I think it was pretty self-explanatory where you've got two. I've only really got one question, because most of my questions are really for the submitters who are presenting, really. It was just in regards to the treaty settlement land, and I just wanted, for the purposes of the definition and its link to those properties which you've identified as 36, which is quite helpful. Does the definition require a lot of certainty about what the nature of those properties are and where they are in terms of knowing the land parcels of them? Because it certainly seemed to me from the submission we got from Te Kotahitanga or Te Atiawa that they were wanting to include lands that they might have rights to purchase, which I'm not quite sure whether the rights of first refusal properties, properties they could purchase in the future, and they are set out in their schedules of the deed of settlement, or are they meaning those properties that they could buy on the open market, just like anybody, and whether they're including those? That's a question for the submitters, but I just wanted to understand what the certainty you need for the definition to apply to those properties.
Yeah, I think in terms of the definition, how it reads, essentially, it needs to be property which is either vested with the claimant groups as a result of treaty settlement legislation, or acquired by a claimant group from the Crown pursuant to a right of first refusal process, which is also set out in the treaty settlement legislation. So the way we drafted it was intentional, that we didn't put any dates on it in terms of at the date the proposed plan becomes operative, which I think is the approach that the Auckland Unitary Plan takes, because we're conscious that there are 2 iwi that are yet to settle. So it's intentionally meant to capture properties that are in future treaty settlement land. But I think in practice, for council to be comfortable that Papakanga can be developed on land which is treaty settlement land, applicants would need to confirm that the land meets that definition of treaty settlement land by providing the documentation in the form of their final deeds of settlement, associate settlement legislation, and confirmation that the land is still held with the post-settlement governance entity to the council. So that's how I see it would work in practice.
Thank you, because that answers my second question that was coming. So thank you very much for that fulsome answer. Yeah, that's how in my mind I was thinking that it would lay out. So at the time of the operative plan, you'd have the schedules and it would rely specifically to those, rather than land that could be purchased in the future. That's not in the schedules.
Yeah. So we're not intending to have the schedules specific or the properties specifically listed in the plan. I guess it's that
reference point to those
reference, and then that information would be supplied to council to demonstrate that it is a treaty settlement land property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for that.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, my video has stopped working for some reason. I'll probably come back in, but that was my only question I had for 42A report writers.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Kit?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. Just 2 matters. I was interested in the discussion at 5.3.61 of your report around the use of this term premises. And it's simply because I've sort of been reflecting on some of the signage issues, having done that hearing recently. I think you're right that premises is essentially a term which refers to per business. And most businesses are within a building that is leased. I'm just trying to work my way through how the rules would work if, for example, you had one person who rented the space, and then you maybe had 3 or 4 different individuals who are running sort of, gig businesses within that leased space. So there's sort of 5 different economic units, albeit operating within one space. And it's probably not even a question for you, it's something I need to think about. Would that thereby entitle each of those individual business units, albeit within one building, to each have a sign, so to speak?
Yeah.
And I guess that's just something we've got to think through, because the old term premises traditionally is you've got one business per leased area to some extent, but of course we're not living in that sort of world anymore.
Yes, I think that's how I would interpret it, is that if you had 5 separate businesses within the one building, then each of them would be entitled to a sign under that, based on how the rule is currently drafted with reference to premises. And I'm not sure how a definition of premises as requested by Westfield Properties would actually assist with clarifying that, I guess.
They haven't got involved in the hearing at all. It's an interesting one. To some extent, not having a definition defaults to the standard meaning, which, as you say, is a building in which a business operates. Then effectively it does leave open the opportunity, because I guess the other option is you define it, don't you? And you say, for the purposes of signage, only one business unit, one sign shall be available for one business. I don't know, you could just create lots of nuances there. So, okay, no, that was me just sort of thinking that one through, given the signage issues we've got to deal with. The other one really is, and I do want to come back to the definition of the treaty settlement land, and just get it clear in my head that expanding the definition in the way that's proposed, and I accept you've indicated that you sort of perceive it's still a little bit of a work in progress because you'd like to get buy-in across the various submitters interested in the definition. Assuming you have a definition that can be assumed by land when it is acquired by a certain person, in this case iwi, in the future, how does that future assumption of land and it coming within the definition change the legal land use rights that would follow for that land? I guess that's the interesting bit, because you get into an interesting scenario where by dint of acquisition by tangata whenua, you effectively change the land use rights that apply. Do you see us getting into that sort of conundrum? Because I don't immediately see how that's possible without a rezoning. Yeah.
I guess it's similar to the way that the current Papakainga rule works. So at the old definition and rules. So there's rules for Papakainga that are permitted in certain zones, and as long as a Papakainga is within or located on Māori land, which is defined under the Te Ture Whenua Māori Act, or in the Māori purpose zone, then it is a permitted activity. So it's similar that if land is becomes Māori land or converted to Māori land, then that that definition of Papakainga applies. So I guess the insertion of treaty settlement land into the Papakainga definition, which has been recommended by other reporting officers previously, and resulted in this treaty settlement land definition. That it's a similar situation in that if it is on treaty settlement land, then that definition of Papakainga applies. And I've seen similar examples in other councils where they do use the definition of Papakainga. If it's on if it's on treaty settlement land or Māori land, then it is a permitted activity. So I guess I can't comment specifically on the legality of it, but I could seek some legal advice if that's something you are interested in. But it is quite a common approach that's used by other district councils.
I understand now that it's in a slightly different order. The zone, the activity of Papakainga has already been identified as appropriate in the zone by way of a land use rule, and essentially it is an activity that is eligible, that's got some standards attached to it. One of the standards is that it has to happen on land that has a certain class, and that class is confined by the definition of treaty settlement land. So to that extent, it's not technically a rezoning. It would be tangata whenua in the future simply being able to comply with that specific standard and make the use of that activity and make the land thereby eligible for that activity. Okay.
But it's not necessarily a standard, it's through the definition of Papakainga.
Okay. All right. No, that's I don't think we get into that sort of conundrum then. I think you're right. There are lots of land use activities that potentially become available based on the nature of the land or its ownership. And in this space, it is becoming pretty common, I must say. So no, that's helpful. Thanks for helping me understand that.
So good.
Thank you, Kit. Jamie, I've just got a couple of questions about process. I think it has been very helpful for our hearings process to have this this definition and the mapping hearing sort of partway through before we get to the sweep up hearing, because in a way many of these matters you might expect to see in a sweep up hearing. But I think what you've done, I just wanted to confirm that you have used this opportunity to look at and bring together what's already been recommended by some of the topic authors, And I just wanted to confirm that Appendix 1 includes all the appendices. Your Appendix 1 includes all the definitions as they are based on your advice to us, plus also picking up the advice from the topical authors who have dealt with definitions. That's its status.
Yes, that's correct. Yep. So the key at the start of Appendix 1 shows which, so those that are in red underlined or blue underline, those are the recommendations of other reporting officers associated with the topic-based hearings. And we went through an exercise and pulled out all of the recommendations on definitions, and then got each topic author to check our Appendix 1 to make sure that it captured all of their recommendations, so we could make sure our recommendations were consistent with theirs. So
Yes. And there are, as you say in your report and in your summary today, that there's some of these other definitions are yet to be looked at in a topic sense. So we've had to postpone the residential hearings, for example. So there'll be some of those considered then. And then in the sweep up, and I see Sarah Edwards is online or trying to be online. I just wanted to get clear that in the sweep up, we will have a report which will that sweep up hearing have another summary of all the definitions, including those residential ones and any ones relating from the rezoning hearings in it? I'm just trying to anticipate what the final sweep up will do with mapping and with definitions. If you could answer that, or is that still a thought process?
I'm not sure if Sarah says she's connecting to audio, so she may be having some issues, but my understanding is yes, we can certainly produce an updated Appendix 1 to capture all of the recommendations on definitions to that point. So capturing all of the hearing officers' recommendations.
In that sweep up.
And that, So at that point, it will primarily be a formality, just I guess for ease of the panel, one document that captures all definitions, probably not definitions to be relitigated that have already been recommended on, but yeah, it will just be making sure that our Appendix 1 for the definitions is updated and included in that hearing. Yeah.
Looks like Sarah's online now. Yes, Sarah, have you come through now in terms of just being able to answer a question?
Sorry, I missed the question in the first place, and I'm sorry, I'm at my desk, so I aren't able to put on my camera. Perhaps if you can repeat the question.
Yes, Sarah, I was just talking to Jamie about the fact that I found this intermediate, let's call it that, report on the mapping and the definitions coming to us sort of partway through being pretty helpful, because it picks up recommendations from topic hearings that have been held. It deals with other definitions and mapping issues that haven't been addressed, but there's still some more to come. So it's a work in progress in terms of the list of definitions, as I understand it, and we're dealing with most of the definitions and mapping issues, I would suspect. But in the final sweep up hearing, there will be, I was asking Jamie whether there will be another version of all these definitions that will have picked up everything that's pretty much been heard, and that will be in the 42-hour report for the sweep up. That's really a process question.
I hadn't turned my mind to that, but I think it's probably a good suggestion. What I had thought about was more of a stock take to indicate, okay, this is where we're at. We have got these confirmed. We don't think there's anything more of that, but we could certainly widen that approach if that's would be helpful to the panel.
Yes, just thinking aloud, I think it would do. It just provides not an opportunity to really relitigate matters that have been heard previously, but for submitters just to see the whole definitions set and the whole mapping set sort of as as worked through by the 42 officers all in one place. I
Yes.
think that would be helpful to me.
Yes.
Not sure about the other commissioners, and that it's sort of like a belt and braces. So if there's anything being missed or not quite right, submitters would then be able to look at that and say, oh, hang on a minute. And they are the 42A officers to say, hey, there's still an issue that we perhaps need to think about in the sweep up hearing. So plan integration is a difficult matter. I'm sure you've got it in hand, but to me, yes, having a final set of tracked definitions and also the mapping issues in front of us in that sweep up would be helpful.
No problem. I'll pop that on the list.
Okay, thank you. And Jamie, I don't have anything else. Just tau toko the comments from Commissioner Coffin from Antoine about the clarity of your reporting, very professional, very helpful, and I don't have any particular questions for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think on that basis, we'll adjourn until 1 o'clock, where we'll start with Kāinga Ora. We've got some legal submissions from Val and some evidence from Michael. So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock and we'll see you all back then. Thank you. From yes, so welcome back everybody to the hearing. Just saying to Christine that we've already received through her the updated addendum from Jamie on her definitions, which is update to Appendix 1 of her report, and also Val, welcome in. Thanks for just making that tweak to your submissions, which is handy to have. So I think we'll just get straight into your evidence for Kāinga Ora, Val, starting with the legal submissions.
Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. Just checking you can hear everything okay?
Yep.
I'd hate to do this twice. So thank you. So look, I've really only got 2 or 3 things I want to briefly speak to, and then Mr. Campbell's got a couple of points. I just start off there with adjacent and adjoining. And then at 2.2 through to 2.4, I just sort of set out what the officer's report has said about them, which you can read. At 2.4, I note the reporting officer says that adjoining is different to adjacent. To be fair, it seemed to me like both adjoining and adjacent were very similar, almost to the extent of it's like one of those resin white colours, of this 35 different shades of white. And you always come back with the wrong one. So I guess I went and had a look at my shorter Oxford Dictionary, which is a couple of volumes. It's reasonably old now, but it's still useful. And I've just set out there in the table the definition from the district plan and then the definition from the shorter Oxford Dictionary. And Kāinga Ora's submission said, look, adjoining and adjacent have not understood meanings, so why don't we just use those meanings rather than try and define absolutely every word, because sometimes it just causes more confusion than it tries to solve. So I've sort of set it out there, and you can see the 2 meanings from adjoining, lie close to each other, lie close, be contiguous, and then the definition of adjacent, commonly understood as lying near to, adjoining, and contiguous, which seem very, very similar to me. In my submission at 2.6, I've got there, there's a suggestion that the reporting officer says that adjoining is different from adjacent. And I took from that comment that the reporting officer thought it was important that both terms were defined. The trouble is that the definition of adjacent includes the phrase not necessarily adjoining, which means there must be some situations where it can be both adjacent and adjoining. Otherwise, you wouldn't have not necessarily adjoining, you would say not adjoining. And then the next comment I have is, what does near to actually mean, and how does that really add much clarity to anybody? I've been mulling on this, I guess having looked at a couple of the occasions where the phrase was used, which were helpfully illustrated in the officer's report, I guess where I come to is there a need for both adjacent and adjoining anyway? Can the district plan be simplified by just choosing one of the two words? If adjacent is meant by the district plan to be lying near to, but not necessarily adjoining, can't you just delete all the adjoinings and have one word adjacent? If they are meant to mean different things in different circumstances, then I think you need to get rid of not necessarily.
I'm aware, just from some of my practice, that term adjacent does trip up planners when they're looking at notification decisions under 95. This is, parties you should be notified, and adjacent is used, and it's a bit of a trap for young players. Has there been any sort of consideration of that term adjacent in that context that you're aware of?
Well, no, other than I do agree with the comment that to the extent, having thought about it, if there was to be I think to simplify the district plan, you could probably choose either adjoining or adjacent. And then in terms of adjacent or adjoining, a useful definition might be that it includes land separated from other land only by road, railway line, drain, river, stream, etc. Because that's often the one that people say, particularly in the notification sense, as a plot, as a land over the road adjacent. And some people would say, well, it's not abutting because there's a road in the way. And it may be that you actually combine adjoining and adjacent, and whichever one you use, you add, and includes land separated from other land only by, and that would probably address most of my concerns. But I haven't forensically been through every single instance of those two words being used, but they're so similar to each other that I think they're just likely to cause needless debate. And that's really, and Mr. Campbell, I've just sprung that one on him, but he might want to comment on that when we get to his evidence or now.
Michael, do you have any thoughts off the cuff?
Well, I certainly, Commissioner Daish, I do agree with you that that can be quite vexed in the notification, and particularly as Mr. Matheson highlighted. Just checking you can hear me.
Yep, we hear you, right?
That issue of adjacent or adjoining a road or a stream or a feature when you take into account that notification determination can be quite critical and can be quite challenging. So I think from my point of view, having a simple clarity on that issue would be helpful for plan users.
Okay, thank you.
Just a question for you, Mr. Matheson, as we're going. Were you suggesting that on one hand, choose one of the terms and then qualify it? So it's clear what it does mean. We're suggesting that that's done in the definition section, or where the word is used in the particular text or the place in the plan to avoid.
I guess that's again the difficulty, because adjoining or adjacent in the notification context, my understanding certainly does include that land separated only by a small walkway or a road or whatever. But there has to be a degree of sort of common sense too, because if it's a motorway, corridor of 100 metres wide, then there must be an argument that it's not actually adjacent at all in the context of a notification question. So there is some sort of degree of, but I guess it could be one or either adjoining or adjacent, and then includes, if the context requires, land separated from other land only by a blah 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 blah, river, stream, road, etc. And I think in that way you could avoid having to sort of add in what it means and then choose which particular rule in the plan it means, the qualification applies to, if you know what I mean. So that would be my suggestion. It's just I think on reflection, it's the two different words used together and literally sort of almost cross-referring to each other that caused the most of my angst when I sort of read them. And then, but I do agree that that the last part of the phrase adjoining is helpful, but I don't know whether you need the initial words and then query whether you need adjacent at all. Yep, that's helpful. Cool. The next one is the height definition, and as I note there, and I think this is coming up. This is another one which, I mean, anyone who's been in practice for any length of time will come across a debate around how do you measure height, which there's about as many ways as there are colours of Resene white. So I gather that's going to be dealt with at a later hearing, and I guess my only suggestion there is, as noted in the reporting officer's report, a key is where do you measure it from? So the National Planning Standards definitions do have a definition, but the key part of that definition is, well, it depends on where you measure it from. So a plan could usefully specify, well, where is it to be measured from? Because my understanding is the National Planning Standard definition doesn't actually say where it's to be measured from. It just said it's the height from a defined point to the highest point of the structure, etc., etc. So that then immediately raised the question, well, where is the defined point from which it's measured? Which I gather is being dealt with in another hearing, which would be useful. So any questions on that, or I can just move on? That's pretty straightforward. Yep. So reverse sensitivity, I guess this was one again I had a bit of thinking about. The Kaingaroa submission opposed it because the term is one that can be interpreted differently based on different circumstances, and I do agree with that and have a lot of sympathy for it. I would add that the term has also evolved over time, and some flexibility in meaning may be helpful. And I make these submissions on the basis that the panel do think there is a need for the reverse sensitivity to be defined. And I agree, a layperson sort of wanting to work out what reverse sensitivity means, there might be some benefit in having a definition, as long as it's able to be understood by a layperson. And so I have some thoughts here in 4.3. The first one is the definition shouldn't, in my view, start with the potential for. And that's really important from Kaingaroa's perspective. For there to be a reverse sensitivity, there needs to be an actual effect. And that's not to say that a potential effect isn't relevant. And the RMA defines all effects as including potential effects. My point is simply you don't need to add potential into the definition because it's already in the definition of effect. And I guess the concern is if you have potential in the definition itself, it basically broadens the range of potential. You know, you can say you've got a reverse sensitivity effect if there's a potential reverse sensitivity effect, even if there's a relatively low, even if there's a relatively low risk of that potential ever coming about. We've had a good example up in Auckland for the Drury plan changes, which those of you will be familiar with that's the large amount of areas in South Auckland being rezoned. And Auckland Transport was suggesting there'd be a reverse sensitivity effect from houses being built next to the road, the new roads or the upgraded roads. And actually they accepted, and they ended up accepting at the hearing that Auckland Transport actually has never changed its operations based on complaints about road noise. So we sat there and said, well, how can that be a reverse sensitivity effect? And likewise, even KiwiRail said, well, they've had lots of complaints about trains. And we said, well, have you ever changed? No, we've never changed a schedule. No. So I guess, so in my view, there needs to be quite a strong definition around what is the effect if you're going to raise a reverse sensitivity effect. So that's the first one. The second one sort of related to that, and that's the word perceived in the proposed definition. Again, the concern is it valid for someone to say, well, there's a reverse sensitivity effect of allowing this because there might be a perceived effect. And in the circumstance where the definition refers to an actual effect, a potential effect, and then a perceived effect, does that mean that if somebody sort of, I don't know, doesn't like the thought of a chicken farm, being nearby, is that a perceived effect? There might not be any actual odor effects or potential odor effect. What is a perceived effect? And I guess putting it in there might just allow someone to point to it and go, well, the definition in the plan of reverse sensitivity effect includes perceived effects, and I perceive there to be this effect, and therefore there's a reverse sensitivity effect. That's the point there. And then the last point is in C is the fact of complaints. And then also that for there to be a reverse sensitivity, a legal reverse sensitivity effect, the complaint needs to relate to a lawful effect. In other words, an established use cannot use reverse sensitivity effects as a cover for unlawful effects. So if an established use is operating woefully outside of its existing use framework or resource consents, it shouldn't be able to sit there and say, well, too bad, you shouldn't be allowed to go over there because it's a reverse sensitivity effect. And you go, well, it wouldn't be if you were complying with your conditions of consent or you were acting in the same or similar character, intensity and scale. And so it's quite important for that to be reflected in the definition of reverse sensitivity effect as well. I.e. it's not just actual effects from an operation, it's lawful effects. Doesn't mean that they might be lawful because of existing use rights or lawful because of consents. So I guess...
On that, Mr. Matheson, have there been examples where, certainly you find this with, we'll say, we generally use the term older consents, where there's more of a general roundup of the effects or it's deemed to be acceptable, but you don't have necessarily any measures. You think of things like noise or lighting or shadowing and all sorts of things that you might have in a residential area. And they've sort of been done in a roundup kind of way in the consent rather than a very specific, these are the types of effects anticipated and have been consented. Do you see those as problematic?
Well, they are problematic. And I guess the other one is the evolution of the quiet neighbourhood wine bar to a raging disco venue. Arguably it's still a bar, but it has quite different effects. So yeah, and that's one of the difficulties as well. And or for one of the issues, I've acted for a lot of large industrial sites, and in the old days, they didn't really have noise limits, and then you had to go back and try and work out what the noise was being created in 1970, and say, well, so it does. Trying to prove existing use rights pretty fraught in itself. But again, the point is we don't want to allow people to use a very wide-ranging definition of reverse sensitivity effects to effectively prevent land being used adjacent to an existing activity where that activity, the original activity, is being either lazy or acting unlawfully. And, we're seeing this all around New Zealand where, intensification objectives are inevitably running more and more up against existing activities, be they, commercial activities or industrial activities, brownfield redevelopments. There might be an historical activity still there that's on its way out, but not quite. So as intensification happens in some of these areas, we are likely to get sort of allegations or reverse sensitivity, similar for road upgrades, rail upgrades, all of those sort of activities as well. So I guess for all those reasons, I sort of tried to be helpful and rather than just give you problems, try and provide some solutions. So this was, so then I went back and I had a look at some of the case. So, and there's, as you'll know, there's been a lot of references to reverse sensitivity, but few people have sort of tried to define it. The one useful definition I did find was the one there in the case mentioned. I sort of had a look at that and went through it and then sort of thought, well, actually that itself needs a bit of tweaking to reflect, I guess, certainly the 10 years since the case. And I think the article was actually a year or so before that. And so my proposal there is just adding in the words that I have and taking out the ones that I have. So the first one's the legal vulnerability of a lawfully established activity. So again, that's could be existing use rights, it could be consents, it just has to be lawfully established. You can't have an illegal activity claiming the protection of existing use rights. Lawfully causing an adverse environmental impact, again, you know, it should be on you. If you're trying to argue a potential reverse sensitivity effect, you need to be acting lawfully. And then if the new land use is permitted, I think it's important for that to be established rather than just permitted, because it's when it's established that you start getting complaints, not just that it's permitted. And then might and may, that doesn't really matter. And then restrict or reduce its operations. They might be similes to some extent. And then or further mitigates its operations. And then the last bit's quite important. I'm suggesting it be worded or further mitigate its operations to avoid or reduce complaints associated with people with new land use, because it's the fact of complaints, not necessarily the effects, that's the issue. Because it's the complaints that gives rise to the reverse sensitivity effect. It's not necessarily the degree of adverse effects. And some people will complain about, you know, some people will validly complain about certain types of odour more than others, or and it's that. So that's why I'm suggesting it's not just about an activity having to reduce or further mitigate its adverse effects. It's what it needs to do to avoid or reduce complaints. In some instances, some people will complain about something, and you'll go, "Well, there's absolutely, you know, around airports is a good idea." I mean, you can't stop noise from planes at the moment. Probably never will be able to, but it's actually, you cannot stop some noise sources, so there'll always be some noise. So that's my suggestions on that definition. I think somebody could probably pick up that definition and read it and as a lay person and get a reasonably good gist of what it means. And I guess that was sort of my intention of trying to make it a bit more readable than potentially the proposed one. And also making sure that it's restricted carefully so that people didn't just claim reverse sensitivity effects and basically say no one can do anything near me, because it's much easier for me to keep operating as I want to and as I have since 1917. So happy to answer any questions on that.
Yeah, thanks, Belle, and thanks for going to the extra effort of giving us some suggested wording. That's really is appreciated. Look, I'll see whether Kit and Antoine have any further questions on this one.
Oh, I didn't have any further questions.
Kit?
Greens, yeah, not so much questions. I think your submissions and Michael's evidence are helpful on some issues that sometimes you just sort of gloss over. But I mean, for example, the reverse sensitivity one, I think it's important to have a definition there, because it is a term that, because I mean, it means different things to different people, and I think it's got a real legal and planning context to it, and I think it needs to be well set out for exactly the reasons you've identified with the words within it that you say are potentially problematic. I think you're better to have a definition, and if you're going to have a definition, it ought to be what everyone is talking about, because otherwise you're going to run the risk of people coming along and saying it's reverse sensitivity, and then so all we're doing is actually assisting any future decision maker who might be confronted with this sort of proposition. So I think that's good, and I'm grateful for you for reminding me of the old Hudson Bay Holdings case. That was one of my greatest hits years ago. Yet again, all the cases I lost keep giving back the most. The adjoin and adjacent, yeah, I mean it's a confounding issue, and it's important for us to not just sort of glaze over and think of it as just a semantic or a definitional exercise, because if you look at the 42A report, where at paragraphs 85 and 95, where the author has listed all of the locations within the plan where either of those terms is used, and you ask yourself, you go to the adjoin list and you say, if I just put the word adjacent there, does it change the meaning of those propositions? Probably does, to some extent, because they might have been thinking about something slightly different. Obviously, the fact that the two terms have ended up in the plan means that the author believed that there was a slight difference between the two, hence, you know, the need for them to use two terms. So I don't know if I have an answer to it. It is a tricky one, and I'm sure we'll spend hours deliberating over it to get the right one.
Excellent. Well, best of luck with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you and good afternoon, Commissioners. Obviously, I'll take my evidence as read, and I guess just by way of background, Kaingaroa lodged a number of submissions in relation to the definitions, but generally have supported a significant number of them, and a number of changes were made by the reporting planner, which Kaingaroa and I've reviewed. I support. So obviously, in addition to the definitions that Mr. Matheson's raised, I've just raised three other definitions where I think they should be either deleted or amended. Those three definitions, which are sleep outs, self-contained, the wording self-contained, and multi-unit development, they are aligned to the evidence we prepared in relation to the residential topic, which the hearing's been deferred to June on that. But principally, if I kind of very quickly touch on those three definitions, in particular the sleep out, which is I should say sort of also aligned with the self-contained definition. I guess the evidence we've said is essentially we don't think there's the need to actually specifically pull out the notion of a sleep out. From my perspective, that can be covered as the definition of an accessory building. It is kind of aligned to, as I indicated, the evidence that we said in the residential section, which actually in our evidence seeks to remove sleep outs from the standards which apply to the number of residential units. So at the moment, the residential zone specifically sort of pulls out a sleep out, and I'm not so sure why it needs to do that, given that rule's intended to deal with the number of dwellings, and I just see a sleep out as being associated with a principal dwelling as an accessory building. And then finally, so that kind of deals with sleep outs, and the self-contained is a kind of consequential change, because self-contained is the only really used in association with the definition of a sleep out, if that's hopefully clear. And then the only other aspect was around multi-unit development, which there's a specific definition, and it was really just around the point that in our evidence in relation to the residential topic, we've proposed a slight differentiation between the general residential zone and the medium residential zone with respect to the number of units that might be permitted, and it was just suggesting that perhaps there would be that the definition might need to be amended to reflect that point. So yeah, happy to answer any questions, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Antoine?
I didn't necessarily have any questions. I think some of these definitions are tied to the residential zone, which I'm not going to be sitting on, so I'm a bit of a disadvantage, because it's going to be at arm's length for me. But I did have just a clarification, perhaps, just on your recommended changes, and I've got a bit of colour blindness, and they all look blue to me, and I just wanted to just double check in Appendix A which ones are your recommendations.
Sure, so that's a good point. The blue is because I've proposed that the first two conditions are deleted.
Yes.
And then the multi-unit, that's new wording. I probably should have kept, apologies, I should have kept the existing wording of multi-unit development and shown that struck out as well. But that's just the blue underlined is new wording completely.
Great. New. Thank you.
Kid?
I didn't have any questions of you, Michael. Thanks for your evidence. I look forward to hearing the evidence on the residential hearings. Some very thoughtful work gone into that. So
thank you. Look
forward to that.
Yes, and just thank you for accommodating us with that hearing, or accommodating me. It's quite an important chapter, that one, and thought we're best to be fully on our game. So I'm glad. I think you're available for the the rescheduled hearing for that. So
Yep,
we'll look
absolutely.
forward to talking to you then, because you have put a lot of work into that chapter, which, as Kit says, we really read with a lot of interest. So just from a process point of view, we had a chat with Jamie and Sarah Edwards this morning just about these definitions. That the definitions are a point in time. They've picked up a lot of the matters that have been dealt with, the topic chapters from other 42A reporters, and reported on those and dealt with the other ones. But there are some, particularly around that residential chapter, that we still have to sort of look at them in the round. So I've suggested to the council team that in the sweep up hearing, we actually get to see a full suite of all the definitions, including the residential ones, put into the 42A report for that sweep up. So it brings it all together, and they've agreed to do that. So that's just,
I think that's a good suggestion.
A matter, and they thought that was doable, and they'll do that for us. So we can actually see that all in the round in that last 42A report, and then pick up anything that hasn't been perhaps dealt with without relitigating those matters. So I think from a plan usability point, that would be really good. So I don't have any specific questions of you, Michael. Thank you for your assistance and Bao. And I see Gerv there. Thanks for listening in, Gerv. We'll see you again, I take it.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right. I'll just sorry, team, I've just done something with my screen. Just reaching for the agenda. Who's next, Christine?
We actually have got Luke Harris, but I actually have emailed him again, and just to double check to see if he's joining us today, and I haven't got a response back.
Okay.
So,
well, when you hear from him, he can slot in on Monday if he still wants to talk to us.
okay.
Did he produce any? Don't think he produced any evidence, did he?
No. His property is around the coast. You met him with, I think it was in the Sassams.
Yes.
And
yes. Okay. Well, if you just see what happens, and if he wants to join on Monday, we can talk to him then.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, I'm reaching for my. Oh, here we go.
We've got Deborah and Barry
Yes.
Salisbury, and we've got Ian Steele.
With Ian. Hello, Ian. Welcome to the hearing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just switch my camera on. There we go. Sitting quietly in the background.
Yes, good to see you, Ian. First time you've presented to us, I think. Is that right?
I've possibly been in hearings before yourself, Stephen, but
yes.
But certainly in this hearing itself, in this
yes.
context, in this round, I haven't been involved to date.
Yep, great. So I think you and I know each other. Commissioner Littlejohn and Coffin are helping us with this one, so
yep.
We have read your evidence. So just perhaps give us some highlights.
Yep.
With your evidence here, and I'm wondering whether we should bring up the plan. Just so you could take us through maybe a summary of your main points with reference to that.
Yeah,
but we do that.
Stephen, I was going to ask if we could, if Ian could talk to the map, because obviously we've read this evidence, but then I was trying to work out, where exactly are the ends and starts of these streets? How do these relate to each other? So that'd be great.
So yeah, I'll talk through that, and so I'll just share my screen. Will that be acceptable for everybody?
Yes,
go that way.
You.
Yep. All right. So we'll just get share. Is that coming up? Give it a second.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. That's loaded up again. So if I just zoom out, just at the fear of the browser taking a moment to catch up with me. But if I start giving some context for the location, so this is so this is Junction Road or State Highway 3. Probably notable landmark is I shouldn't say infamous, the well-known water tanks are on the corner here of, this is Mangere Road, running this road up through to the north. And there are water tanks on the corner here. And this is quite an interesting intersection. But nonetheless, there used to be an old gardening centre. I don't know if they're still operating out of that corner as well, for those that are familiar with New Plymouth. So maybe I'll zoom out one more. Hold on 1 second. Just let that browser catch up. So this is Coronation Avenue, further to the north, Maryland's shopping centre, and then coastline up. I'll zoom back in a second. I'll zoom right out to give us some more New Plymouth context. So there's the port.
Yes.
Is the port, the foreshore running across the top of the screen, main CBD, and then this is Coronation Avenue that comes down through Wellwyn. This is State Highway running towards Stratford.
Yes.
And then so that the area that we're talking about is just as we're getting on the urban fringe. So in particular the land and around where we're about to talk about has been sort of on the urban fringe and been slowly developed for the last number of years. So sort of probably as context, when so I grew up in Marylands, and when the Mangere Road, when I was going to primary school, okay, I appreciate that's probably about 3 decades ago now, or slightly more. The urban rural fringe was still probably a couple of kilometres from the Mangere Road State Highway 3 intersection, and where we're talking about is down here. And I'll just zoom in a second, but as we start to come in, let that catch up. So that's sort of an area. It is an area of what's been continued growth over a number of years. So I'm just waiting for that screen to properly catch up. I think it's still refreshing. That comes through. I think you can just look on my phone. It looks like the details caught up. So we have Mangere School, which used to be, I think it's still probably categorized as a rural school, but certainly the urban area has caught up to it now. And you have Mangere Road that runs to the north and south, and that's a common link between sort of through to Bell Block. It's quite while it's only 2 lane in terms of single lane each way, it is an arterial in the context of the road network for New Plymouth District Council. In terms of the development in and around the area, Highlands Park generally is sort of, since really the late 80s and 90s, has been continuing to develop. A lot of the houses through Branch Road here, for example, were through the mid 90s. You've had Ainsley Street through the early 2000s has been developed, and then Heta Road has progressively been extended to the north and south. It used to be a dead end both ways, and it's been, well, not quite dead end, but it's linked to Puketotra, has been continued right through. And Heta Road is now getting close. In fact, I think the work here, that there's a linkage here showing on this piece of, which is a collector road of Heta Road through to Portland Drive, is that I believe that subdivision is, or that work is currently underway, and I've seen excavators and diggers and things in that vicinity of late. So this linkage here is a fait accompli from my perspective, and makes a lot of sense in terms of this road providing good service to traffic access, pedestrian, what have you, through to the south as well. So that one will be happening. I'll come back and talk to Oakwood Drive in a second. I'll just carry on the context for a moment. So Ainsley Street here has been, as I say, developed since around the early 2000s. There's still a couple of infill subdivisions occurring in here, for example. And I just happened to have clicked on this area here, which is the Myer Properties piece of land. It's also currently underway with land development in that area. I don't have a copy of their proposed layout to show you, but appreciate that there is this linkage road back to Mangere Road already underway in terms of construction to link this Ainsley piece. Ainsley Street's going to come around here and link to Portland Drive, and then there's a link here that, as part of the Myer Properties development, is getting connected to Mangere Road. So that makes quite a bit of sense, because otherwise you'd have traffic, if they were trying to go north, they're going to either have to run all the way through a bit of a rabbit warren, or they would have to pop out south and then go back north. So that linkage within the Myer Properties makes quite a bit of sense. And I'd expected I haven't seen the internal development layout for the Myer Properties area, but I know he's well underway, and I'd expect there's a number of right of ways and or lanes and that kind of thing servicing that sort of broader area. So in terms of the submission that was made by the Salisburys, they took exception with this intended link here shown. So it's got Oakwood Drive, which is essentially a cul-de-sac. I can remember inspecting it on behalf of the council back in the early 2000s when that was built. If I just flick over to an aerial map for a second, if we let that catch up. Let's let that catch up for a second. I'm just waiting for it on my screen, and I think on your screen should have caught up by now. So this is Oakwood Drive here, and that's shown linkage up to Ainslie is shown coming to the north of Oakwood Drive. You have the Mangere School here, and the Mangere School has essentially a really large slip lane that's used for their collection and drop off of pupils. So they don't have any formal collection point for children out on Oakwood Drive, and haven't done, as far as I'm aware. I'm sure there's potentially the odd informal collection over the odd child, but essentially all the buses and vehicles get picked up out here by the school. And then this is Portland Drive here. This is the piece that's going to connect through the header. So this is essentially a collector road, and makes a lot of sense in terms of that taking linkage. So from my perspective, if I just flick back to the proposed plan, let's let that screen catch up again. So on my screen is still coming through. Yeah, so from the Salisburys, their concern is that this piece of Oakwood Drive is already formed. It's relatively narrow. It's only 7.5 meters in terms of formation width, which if you park a car either side, essentially leaves 3.5 meters in the middle, which if it was going to provide a linkage road would be too narrow. You'd need about 5.5, nearly 6 meters at a minimum if you were going to provide a linkage road. So that all the road reserves only 16 meters through Oakwood Drive. You'd need to be pushing, redoing footpaths and services, and quite a significant change to Oakwood Drive there. And their other point was that there's just no need for that linkage at a network level. From my perspective as a expert in terms of the traffic layout, the further to the comment around having to remake that piece of road, in terms of the actual linkage, I'd be concerned that there's potentially going to be a rat run, or I can nickname a rat run, an unofficial technical term that gets used amongst traffic engineers, that might be created inadvertently if this is formed, rather than people using the intended collectors or the linkage out to the east and west here off the Myer Properties development land. So if you look through, say 4404, for example, the development standard that is used throughout New Zealand, you're wanting people to walk no more than 300 meters to some sort of linkage, and that would easily be achieved without creating this connection. You'd easily be another cul-de-sac somewhere within this area to provide that walking link back to the more significant road. So essentially, my feeling as an expert is that linkage does not need to be shown and enforced or even indicated on the district plan. That this development should be able to do what it would naturally want to do, and it'll come up with best outcomes for the road network. And then from a road safety perspective, I think there'd be potentially an adverse outcome if that linkage is formed through that rat run scenario. Yeah, so that's probably an overview. If I missed anything obvious that you had queries on.
Thanks, Ian. I think let's just leave that diagram up, and we'll go to some questions. I have a couple, but we'll start with Antoine, Commissioner Coffin.
Yeah, my first question is just in terms of the term rat run. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page of what you're meaning by that, because a rat run is often, in my understanding, used in a negative sense, that it's like a shortcut. It's an unintended shortcut, but I just wondered whether And you'll have to appreciate I'm not a traffic engineer, so in layman's terms, where a road is indicated there, that would be, the road would need to meet all the right standards, it would need to meet all the safety requirements, and it would be intended to provide services for vehicles, the residents in that area, but also access from internally of that subdivision to the main road there. And I suspect a left turn would be probably preferable rather than a right turn. I just wanted to really just going to interpolate a little bit more for me in terms of rat run.
No, you definitely do take the term correctly. The rat run has a negative connotation from a road network perspective. So, and the conflict that arises from a design perspective in terms of if say tomorrow a developer was going to establish that link, and let's be hypothetical and that link gets put in, are you establishing, what lane width are you establishing? Because you're performing a link that's providing between not quite a collector, but it's a sub collector type road through to an arterial, so it is an attractive potential route. What traffic width are you providing, and then how much traffic calming are you then doing to slow everybody down because of the width that you've provided? Because a single lane is going to be not sufficient for that length of road and the number of dwellings that are getting serviced off it. So what I'm alluding to is that you'd be naturally attracting an additional amount of through traffic that wouldn't easily be serviced by, you'd be essentially creating a conflict of trying to slow traffic down, but having traffic naturally attracted to it because they'd be able to go that way, not because it's necessarily the right way in terms of where the network would like them to go. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm getting where you mean in terms of the tensions of some of those main arterials. You want to promote their use rather than creating the rat run shortcut. Yes.
Yeah, correct. So, I mean, particularly for people that were living in anywhere in the general area of particularly Ainslie Street, if they, the road network in terms of drivers are obviously they learn, and they'll work out that if they have to wait to make a turning maneuver into Portland Drive, or it's going to be a little bit slower, they'll think that they can take the slightly cheekier route. They will do that, and they'll learn that over time. And so to me, my concern would be in terms of providing that as a linkage would be essentially a negative safety outcome, or in terms of not a desirable outcome of having that linkage. Ultimately, if there was some natural layout in here in terms of a cul-de-sac or what have you, that could be created. And likewise, if there was a need in the future, say this greater piece of land was developed, and I'm talking potentially in decades where a linkage made sense, then obviously there need to be a discussion with District Council. But I guess what my concern is that it's shown here as an indicative road. It's very difficult for any adjacent stakeholders to be able to prevent that occurring if there is a developer that does have that piece of land. So it's so I think it's just having it around the right way, so there are some reasonable controls on any of that development.
Yeah, I suppose that was going to lead to my next question. Was it seemed to me that we're getting right down into the sort of structure planning detail that you might have, and these are indicative roads as I understand it, and whether the more detailed and probably the right place to be having these conversations is at the structure plan. But am I hearing you right by you saying that if these are shown in the plans, it sort of precludes more detailed discussions, or does it lead
from my experience, once they're shown, it's very, very difficult for submitters and stakeholders to should I say, go against the indicated network. So this does form the backbone of the direction that the district wants to take. That's how, and so hence why my presence in the room today and the Salisburys were wanting to object to that indicated direction, in terms of providing that as a linkage. The point being that the linkage isn't needed.
I'm just reflecting as you're talking of a case that I was a hearing commissioner on in Whakatane, where indicative roads were shown, which would be there'd be further detail at the structure plan, but once they got down into the subdivision consents and things, they were almost written in stone and quite difficult because they'd actually, in that particular case, they'd found that the roads were not in the right place. They really needed to have a different road network, and they had to do a plan change, which was a bit unfortunate.
And that's been my experience with whether they're in the right or the wrong place. They are damn near set in stone once, you know, from here on, if they're shown as these linkages, I'd almost suggest that it's a fait accompli. I know that the officer's report suggested that it obviously needs to be development led and what have you, and I take that point on board, but nonetheless, it's very difficult to stop if somebody has a desire to put a link through there. Even council, I would obviously be indicating that they wanted this link. So council wouldn't, I would suggest, would be unable to almost stop the link being created themselves. So I'd rather flip it around and have a bit of caution applied, because I think there's more likely a negative safety outcomes. All of these other linkages make great sense. You know, they're really sensible. This link of this collector here, this link of Ainslie through, and this connection between Ainslie and Mangere Road, fully supportive. I think that makes a lot of great sense. But this linkage off to what is a suboptimal, you know, standard cul-de-sac essentially, and wanting to develop that to something bigger, to me, just doesn't make sense.
My other question was just at paragraph C. This is in your conclusions at paragraph C. You've raised the matter of negative safety issues. And I just wondered if you'd elaborate a little bit more about what you're meaning by those.
So really the negative safety aspects come about by, it is related to what I describe as unintended through, or the conflict between through traffic and residential or resident traffic. So you end up with, by creating that linkage, you are providing an opportunity for people to drive through there. And given that there are notable other links there that are intended, like this link here through to Mangere Road, is I'm confident we'll have the appropriate pavement width, for example, and certainly this road here would do. My concern here around the negative safety aspect is that conflict that I described before around it's going to be an issue of managing speed versus those that, dare I say it rightfully, are able to navigate between these two roads using it as a link road. And to me, there's a conflict there. So you've got a speed conflict of the traffic that are wanting to get from A to B as promptly as they can, versus residents who need to manoeuvre and park and do all those sorts of things around their road frontages. So that's where the negative safety aspects come from for me. That essentially you're, by having a link in an area that doesn't have you know, doesn't have I doubt that it would have the sufficient pavement width, for example, especially the retrofit of this first piece of Oakwood Drive, to be able to support what would normally be a reasonable level of a link road. My question would be how a developer here would come back and influence that width of Oakwood Drive, which wouldn't meet the requirement of a link road, how they would upgrade that by another couple of meters in width. I'd suggest that's infinitely difficult to achieve.
That was going to be my last question, perhaps. Was I'm not familiar with Oak Drive specifically. I haven't been there. I don't think in our drives around, and just wondered from your traffic engineering perspective, you know, how feasible is the appropriate works of widening and safety measures that you expect in a residential area or in a road that was being proposed would be?
I think I'd start off by saying everything in engineering is possible if you throw enough money at it.
That's true. Thank you for
that. but in saying that, it is. If I just zoom in back and on the map plan here, it is essentially a classical residential cul-de-sac that, and in the existing district plan doesn't have that indicated as a link road. So this was not formed with the intention of it being a link. That linkage is new on the new district plan, is from my reading of the existing and proposed district plan, operative and proposed district plans. So relatively narrow, so 7.5 meters between curb to curb. And while these houses have been built in relatively recent times, so most of them will have on-site manoeuvring. There's even looking at that house there. That house would be requiring to reverse onto the road, and as with this one here, so right on that cusp of when that manoeuvring space was. Some of them have got it, but certainly not all of them. So to me, there'd be a tricky piece there around how you'd manage that practical aspect. That you could widen that pavement, but then how do you provide that manoeuvring space for those houses because they're not very far off that road boundary. So yeah, there is a verge there that could be used up, but it would be somewhat difficult, but not impossible. Yeah, certainly I would definitely not say that it's, I would certainly say it is plausible to be able to do it, but I would say it's quite difficult to manage both. And it comes back to those road safety aspects in terms of you're going to provide more pavement width, but then you're going to need to provide traffic calming to slow everybody down to allow these vehicles to reverse out. So which one is it? Are you providing a through road, or are you providing a local residential cul-de-sac? You know, and I think that's going to be the conflict here with this existing piece if it got converted into a link road.
I suppose this is perhaps not a question, it's more of a broader comment. Is normally when you're looking at these types of things in a district plan sense or in a plan change sense, you're often looking at a number of different factors. You know, traffic engineering is one of those, pedestrian safety, how the subdivisions fit, you know, in a whole range of factors, you know, residential character, local amenities, all those kinds of things. So yeah, I suppose it is more of a broader comment around that. Obviously we're looking at traffic engineering specifically in the context of a submission, that there would be a range of factors that need to be considered. And yeah, and I guess as a comment, I didn't see anything in the officer's report that talked about anything else other than the traffic linkage. So, which is what I potentially would have expected if there were other matters that council were considering, and in terms of showing that on the proposed plan. I guess the one obvious thing that I would suggest is that obviously you do have this primary school located here, and they have invested over the years a lot of time and effort to make a vehicle access here. I would suggest probably because all of their buildings are in close proximity to the road here. So obviously it's under a wet day scenario. There'd be a lot of cover to produce, to protect the children from weather. But again, to me, even if the school decided to acquire some land down the track or purchase some land down the track and provide an alternate access, I wouldn't suggest that providing that linkage would make good sense, because again, it would actually raise the same conflict for them, where you're going to have through traffic that it's, you know, potentially wanting to do a different speed to parental pick up and drop off. So, you know, the one related traffic matter that we hadn't discussed was that school part. But again, I think that could be furnished without needing that linkage, and probably with a better outcome if they ever wanted to have something off the arterial down the track. They have plenty of land to do it themselves. No, when I say plenty, I'm sure the principal would say they don't have enough in terms of playground space. But it's what my point is that the obvious one that stands out to me would be that school access. But again, I don't believe that link to Ainsley Street would make sense in providing that, because it would provide it would increase traffic volume rather than decrease it. So it wouldn't be optimal to have through traffic passing the school pickup drop off. Okay, thank you. Stephen, I didn't have any other questions. You're on mute, Stephen, I think.
Okay, thanks. Kit, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just, could I get you, just since you're controlling the information on the screen, Ian, can you go back to the proposed district plan? Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
The property that you've got highlighted there, that's the Maya property. I think you refer to it in your evidence.
Yes, yep.
I think you say that it's understood that would you say is subject, it's got an approved subdivision attached to it, was that what you said?
Yeah, so it essentially, and the construction is essentially underway. Yeah, so he,
okay,
when I
well,
say,
can I ask the question, are we able to get a copy of that? I mean, the point of the question is quite clearly, by looking at the operative plan maps that we were given, if that land has been subdivided in accordance with the district plan at the moment, then presumably it's respected the indicative layouts, which were the connection for Ainsley and then the other connection out to Mangere. And I guess as part of the future proofing here, if that's indeed the exercise council are looking at, it's important, I think, that we know whether or not that block of land has actually formed itself in a way that would enable that linkage to occur anyway.
Or not. Yeah.
Or not.
Yeah.
If it hasn't.
Yeah.
then it sort of, this debate sort of becomes academic to some extent, because you're never going to get a linkage through there within the life of the plan anyway. So
I'd suggest your approach is a good one. Yeah, that'd be a sensible step.
I'd like to see that, and I guess because my suspicion is that it hasn't, but I'd like to know what the answer to that is. And then I guess the next question that comes to mind, and if I could get you to go back to the aerial map.
Yep.
Yeah, if you come in a bit closer, your client's property, yeah, come in right off the 11 Oakwood, so you can see it there. The operative plan already has an indicative road location that sort of goes from the end of Oakwood, and almost you can see someone's almost like left a 20-meter corridor through there. See the way the tree, I'm pointing at my screen. You can't see me pointing at my screen. It's one of the limitations of this technology. You can see the trees have been planted to create shelter around the main dwelling, and has almost left fallow a 20-meter strip, which runs in exactly the same location as the proposed indication in the operative plan. So
I'll just wait for my, there's your explanation popping up on the screen now. So it's essentially 3 waters easements is essentially what that is.
Okay, so there's to some extent that sort of is logical, because then you've got this indicative roading network in the operative plan that mirrors where those easements and everything go as well. So I guess the question then that leads me to is, and it's the other half of this equation about creating a link, is are your clients seeking that the indication be removed entirely, or that it simply remain as per the operative plan but not be continued as a linkage through to Ainslie?
Yeah, the latter. Yeah, that's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So in that scenario, then, if the indicative road was effectively rolled over so that it didn't go any further than when it is currently, that would provide an option in the future to extend the Oakwood cul-de-sac in to provide a bit more of a servicing opportunity with a local road network for the land and behind.
Yep, correct. Yep, and I think that would make sense. You know, I think that would you know, all of my comments around road safety melt away, because you're not creating that unintended linkage. When I say unintended, you're not getting the conflict of through traffic with local residents, you know, so to me that would make sense.
Do you think that there's also a rationale in that sense? And I guess it'll depend on what we learn about the Maya subdivision. Because I know that it is very much urban design anathema to incorporate cul-de-sacs these days. Now, I happen to quite like a cul-de-sac because I live on one, but they are certainly not in vogue. But what is becoming more clear is that when it comes to accessibility and you're looking at diversification of access options, it's not so much vehicles that people want, but potentially linkages for pedestrian pathways and cycle pathways and the like. So do you think there's an option here whereby the indicative road went so far, but there was a potential indicative pathway, a linkage, pedestrian or cycle, that potentially linked Oakwood back up onto Ainslie?
It's a really good point you raise, and yeah, I think there would be a valid argument there for that on that basis. Yeah.
If only we had scope, I guess.
Yeah. Having said that, that is probably into a structure plan type thing. But having said all of that, if that stub remained, you know, that is showing in the operative plan, there would be nothing to preclude. I mean, obviously developers love linkage. I mean, you know, especially the pedestrian cyclist linkage without having to provide a full road. So it would be obviously be revealing to see what the Maya development layout shows. But again, if they've had that opportunity all along to potentially link in that way if they'd chosen to. So it will be interesting to see. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't be adverse to that idea. related to pedestrian and cycle movements coming through there.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, the reference to this, not that sort of level of detail happening at a structure plan. I take the point. I mean, we've got a couple of structure plan areas in this district, and they are very much identified as special zones to some extent, as development areas with plans attached to it. And then we have this sort of not a structure plan, but showing indications about where things might like to be proposition, which is what this is, where you've actually got already zoned land with these potential indications to guide the future developers of that land, but it's not a structure plan. So it's sort of a bit of a hybrid approach, really.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look,
yep. Not very good.
No, thanks for that. That sort of answered that's clarified what the relief is that you're seeking, and I think to some extent, we'll sort of pause and wait to see what the Maya development has laid itself out like, because from my perspective, that sort of is a really important piece of the puzzle before we, start imposing indications on people's land that might end up going nowhere.
Excuse me, sir. I wonder if would it be useful for Ashley or I to talk through that Maya development at this point while it's
just for our benefit, Kit and Stephen, Christine's just sent us a copy, I think, of the Maya subdivision.
Look at that.
So can I just suggest, Jacob, thanks. I think it would, while we've got Ian, the benefit of Ian's advice, I think we should have a look at the Maya subdivision, and if someone can take us through that. But before you do that, I wouldn't mind just going back to that plan and asking Ian a question. Just
okay, hold on.
And then we'll go to the Maya subdivision, and Jacob, you can take us through that. So just the aerial view that you had there, Ian.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just opening this up.
Just let me ask this one question, Kit, and then we can.
Oh, I didn't have any other questions.
I've got another question of Ian with the previous plan open, so I just wanted to bring that back up. I'm after the aerial photo that you had up.
Oh, the aerial? Yep.
Ian.
Switch over to that one.
Yes. So my question was, your client's property controls the access anyway, doesn't it? It owns the land up to the edge of the cul-de-sac.
Correct. Yep.
So they would have to exceed, or that land would have to be designated if they didn't want to have that land developed as a road. They've got property control, is what I'm saying at the moment anyway.
Yeah, I'd suggest the difference would be, if it was to be a link road, the extent of land required to produce the suitable level of service for a link versus one that was essentially at a dead end, regardless of what that might look like. So there would be to me there would be a difference in terms of the level of service of that road access, whether it be a right of way or a lane or a road. And then if it was a road for a link, that would be even wider again. So I think that would be starting to get in. While I hadn't discussed that detail with the client, that would be the level of detail where I'm sure their mind is going.
Okay, so I'm not sure whether you understood my question. That they own the link, don't they?
Yep, correct.
Yes. So they've got property control, which will trump any planning indicative road unless the council designated a new road over their land and went through compulsory acquisition. That's the reality, isn't it?
Yes and no. I think my comments are still valid, because the council would likely condition to that higher level of service, assuming a link was likely to be produced. So you would end up with a greater road reserve width. You'd end up with currently it may not actually need to go to a formal road reserve. It may just be a lane or a right of way or something that's that's privately held rather than a public road. So once the linkage is formed, it would be my expectation that in the subdivision consent process that a consent condition would require that level of service to be providing for what the district plan is showing in terms of that linkage.
Okay.
That's I believe probably where some of the concern will be coming from. Not that I've discussed that explicitly, but to me, practically as a civil engineer, that would be an expected reality of the the annotation or not showing that link, or showing or not showing that link.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to the Myer.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing.
You can see I can share. I've got this now, if you like. So you see this? Everyone see that?
Nope.
That one? No?
Normally once you click this, select the screen you want to share, then there's another button.
Oh,
right.
share. There we
Yeah,
go.
yep.
Thanks. So this is the Myer subdivision. So this is, as I've orientated myself, this would appear to be your client's property here.
I would say so, yeah.
So it looks as if lot 217, it's not a road lot, but it's certainly not a residential lot. I'd be interested to see what's been provided there, but it certainly looks as if off the end of that circulation route, see Mangere Road comes down through here. You got Tupuhi Place up the top here. So there seems to be some thought given to a connection to the boundary of your client's property there that's not a residential property. I guess be quite interested if anyone knows the answer to this as to what's anticipated to happen there. There's no schedule of what the lots are on these two plans, unfortunately.
Jacob, do you have some more information for us?
Yeah, so I can confirm that as consented, that is a pedestrian / cycle allotment, basically.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess that is a change from what is outlined in the indicative road maps and in both the operative and the proposed plan. So it's slightly different. Well, it is different.
So Mr. Steele, were you still there?
Yep.
Are you, well, I don't know, Stephen, it's probably a bit inappropriate to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Is there any way you could ask for your client's view on whether it would object to this as a linkage solely for pedestrian or cycle purposes and for non-vehicle access?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'd be happy to ask that question. One question I'd have would be that link that shown there as lots 216 and 219. Are they to be privately held? It would.
I can't tell from the plans either.
No, I'm just wondering whether the proposed district plan's actually now an error based on what this is already, like whether the proposed district plan's actually out of step with where development's actually headed in the area.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean, because the indicative roading link in the proposed plan shows a relatively continuous road, doesn't it? All the way connecting Heta through to Ainsley.
Yeah, and I'm not saying the subdivision layout's wrong. I'm just saying that it doesn't align with the proposed plan.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to anyway.
Okay. Well, that's I don't know whether that's something whether Jacob wants to comment on or not. It's probably I imagine this happens all the time when the world doesn't mirror what the district plan says.
Yeah, it does come up, and I think it has shifted on a bit. I think it's something that I'm not the reporting officer on this particular hearing. I'll note that, but it's probably something that Ashley, if you want to speak to her now, or something that she likely want to address through her reply.
Okay.
So can we just unshare and we'll just round up what we'll do here. Look, I think that's been very, very useful. One of the things we've heard Ian already today via Jacob is there's been, apart from your client submission, there's been no other submissions seeking like a blanket removal of these indicative roads. So there's a scope issue, even moving on from if and that looked like an approved subdivision plan to me with a stamp on it. That's got currency, and that is different from what's in the district proposed district plan. So Jacob and Ashley, what I suggest we do is, yes, Ian, if you could come back via Christine to the reporting officers on just that question that Commissioner Littlejohn posed about the ability to show perhaps indicative cycle walking linkage, which makes a lot of sense to me, given the school there and the ability to walk and cycle to the school. That would seem to be quite a good linkage. In terms of scope for that change, I don't see any particular problem if you've asked for it to be deleted, and then there's a subset of that being, let's take the road away but provide an indicative walking cycle way. That would be okay as long as your client was satisfied with that. So if you could do that and report back to Christine, and maybe sometime next week will be handy.
So if I could just ask Christine to send me a copy via email, it would probably expedite the process. Copy of the Maya.
Yes.
I mean, they're approved, so they're public docs, so it'll just make life a bit easier.
Yes.
Or faster, I should say.
Thank you, Christine. And Ashley, if we could just have a chat with you. I think given the Maya subdivision and the discussion we just had now, could you please just address this in your verbal and probably written reply, and just get some input from one of the council's traffic engineers, show them Ian's evidence, and also just the dialogue we've had online, and just get some input from the council's traffic team on this. And I think that would be a very helpful way of just progressing this in a sensible way.
Yes, the other thing I just wanted to check with consents, I think that plan at the top indicated that a certain stage had been approved. So I just need to find out if all stages have been approved or if only some of them have been approved at this stage.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. I think that's the way forward. If there's any other questions from the other commissioners for Mr. Steele?
That's good.
No, it doesn't seem to be. So Ian, thank you very much for your attendance and your assistance, and we'll progress this in the way that I've just outlined.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, and appreciate the thoroughness.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
All right. We're now moving on to Peter. You've been waiting patiently there.
Yes, thank you. So I don't know how much time you want me to spend going through the preliminaries. I've got Mark Hooper, who's the Taranaki Provincial President, also joining me this afternoon. Mark's probably taken a break from various farming chores to be here. And also I had Adrian, who is a recently appointed policy analyst for Federated Farmers, and she's interested in learning about how all these things work. So she was going to sit there as a fly on the wall, so to speak, and listen. And I'm not sure if Adrian's joined us yet. So how would you like me to start?
Peter, we've read your evidence. So really, just from you as the expert, just give us a bit of a highlight, any points you really want to emphasise.
Okay, so
and certainly Mark's given us some helpful practical advice. So if we've got any questions for him on the way through, we'll do that. Looks like Adrian's not online, so she might just have to catch up with the video.
I'll brief her later.
Hmm.
Yes, okay, so along the lines of the last lot of evidence I gave a couple of weeks ago, Federated Farmers largely supports the proposed plan, but seeks a couple of further refinements to what was in the officer's recommending report following submissions to make things a little bit less onerous for day-to-day farming activities which are low risk environmentally in the context of rural zones, but also in particular in relation to the matters I've put in my evidence, which are the only matters that I think where Federated Farmers did not get the relief it was seeking in terms of the council officer's recommended decision in the Section 42A report, and that's around the definitions of rural character, natural water body, and wetland. And the definition of rural character, I'll just start with that. It is fairly important for farmers to have a definition of rural character which is sympathetic to farming activity in the rural area in which they operate. And I've highlighted a couple of relevant district plan objective and policy in my evidence, but I'll also, there's a couple more objectives, policies rather, and a couple of rules in the rural zone. I didn't name them in my evidence, but they refer to, I think it's RPROS 08, which is to do with, or it might be RPROS 09. I'm just scrolling up to that now. RPROS P8, sorry. That's to do with residential buildings and structures associated with large-scale activities maintain rural character and visual amenity by da-da-da-da-da. And then there are a number of rules in the rules section where if permitted activity compliance standard isn't complied with and it triggers a restricted discretionary activity, there's some assessment matters over which discretion is restricted, which include assessment against rural character. So the way that rural character is defined is a concern for Federated Farmers, and we would like to see, or Federated Farmers would like to see the definition amended to reflect the predominance of primary production, and that's the evidence that I've put in my statement, my opinion there. The next point was natural water bodies. Natural water bodies aren't particularly defined anywhere else except in relation to this proposed plan. There's definitions of water body and wetland defined elsewhere, and I've included in my evidence all the documents that natural water body is not defined in, so to show that it is particular to this plan. The National Planning Standard, of course, allows definitions to be included in a plan which aren't included in the National Planning Standards. And if there is such a definition, then the main thing of concern is what benefit is there in terms of environmental management for conceiving of water bodies in terms of natural water bodies and the ways that those are managed. And I'm not saying that there's no benefit in conceiving of natural water bodies in the ways that they're managed. What I'm saying is that there should be, I think, some exemptions for low risk farming activities in relation to natural water bodies in the way that the plan has defined it, which align with other regulatory controls over water bodies and other documents that I've set forth in my evidence there. And that also, in relation to wetland, I don't think that reiterating the definition of wetland in the proposed plan, which more or less just duplicates the definition of the Act, serves any useful purpose in that I think that definition could be dispensed with altogether, because if there's a subsequent change to the Act which redefines the definition of wetland, and you've got a definition of wetland which is repeated in the proposed plan, then it could be potentially problematic for changing the proposed plan later on. So why overcomplicate things by repeating definitions that are already in the Act in the proposed plan again? So those are my main points, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Peter. We'll start with Antoine.
Hey, thank you, Peter. And as I was reading your evidence, I was having a deja vu moment of sitting on the independent panel for the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. And you know, when you're in those positions, you know, you're independent, but you're also just an advisor, and people can take your advice or reject it. And many of these issues were issues that were front and center on the panel. We made a number of recommendations, and I won't say what the decision was. You probably can see it in the freshwater policy statement, but these were at the core of some of those matters which we thought would be useful in a planning sense, in a plan making sense. And it's a little bit disheartening. We're at this particular point talking about what is natural, what's not natural, what's a water body, what's not a water body, and I suppose it just really took the point in regards to land that's wet on the farm. And is associated with productive activity becomes problematic when we start using these definitions in certain ways. And I think that was a point well made. I suppose that wasn't my question, but my couple of questions are, one is just around whether you had any view in regards to we've got artificial water bodies, and I think you've given some good example of those farm dams, drains, and constructed wetlands. But they happen to have been built over a natural water body, or where a natural water body existed in the past, and it becomes blurry between what is and what isn't a water body, in this terms, natural water body. I just wondered if you had any particular comments in that regard.
Well,
sometimes things aren't necessarily black and white; they're a shade of grey. And
it's difficult, of course, to prove in all situations that a natural water body might have existed where an artificial water body is now being constructed. I think the context is important there, and I think that's why I put in my evidence, in my suggested amendment to the definition of natural water body. Just going to it now. The exclusions that I suggested adding the artificial bodies, including dams, drains, constructed wetlands, unless the wetland was constructed to offset impacts on or restore existing or former natural wetlands. So I think that covers that circumstance that you've raised there by covering that in the exemption.
Probably in part answers my second question, was specifically about the wetlands, where quite often there have been wetlands, you know, right across New Zealand, and farming activity is now occurring in those areas. And so where you have constructed wetlands, there's I make an argument that you're reconstructing the wetlands that were already there.
Yes, I've just noticed a little typo in that suggested amendment at the top of page 10 of my evidence.
Yes.
And that is the word "and" existing or former natural wetland. It should be "an" without the D. That's the last few words of that sentence. So it's artificial water bodies, was constructed to offset impacts on, or restore, an existing former or natural wetland.
Thank you. That was my questions. Thanks, thanks, Mr. Medich.
Thank you, Kit.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. including a definition of rural character. I mean, I agree. It is a very like reverse sensitivity. If you were here on the last discussion, it's one of those.
Yes.
It's one of those explanatory terms that is quite important, because so much of what may or may not happen in the rural zones hinges around an effect on this thing we call rural character. And of course, rural character is both perceptive as it is objective in a way. So I think you've done. I think your suggestions are helpful. I am reminded of the definition of rural character in the original Rodney district plan, which is the district just north of Auckland. I think the definition went to 3 pages as the council endeavoured to list every possible thing that was there that they thought was rural, and exclude anything that was possibly urban, because obviously the definition was seen as the critical. It was almost the Maginot Line to protect the rural area from the rampaging hordes of lifestylers. It was fascinating. So I think you've done admirably well to keep it within a paragraph, I have to say.
Well, yeah, I bear that in mind when I suggest any kind of rule. I think the minimum number of words you can get away with, the better.
Yeah, the water body one again is that's another really interesting one, because as you point out, water body is defined, and then natural water body, it's a funny term really, because it's a term that, even though it's called natural water body, is defining everything that's not a natural water body for the purposes of being able to exclude it from any rules or provisions that refer just to water bodies generally. So it takes a little while to sort of get your head around. I must say I do like what you've suggested there in terms of essentially extending that definition of natural water body to include these other things which are very much up in the air as to where they sit in that sort of what's it called? Sorry, mine's gone blank. The spectrum of potential wetness on land in a way. So I guess two things. One, we wouldn't want to create or craft a definition here that's somehow going to run counter to or conflict with anything the regional council might be wanting to do in this space, because of course they are the ones that have to do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to regulating water bodies. So are you able to help us out as to
so
relevant regional
what I've done is I've looked at the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and the Stock Exclusion Regulations and the National Environmental Standard for Freshwater, and I've crafted a definition which doesn't block any opportunity for a regional council to address definitions of water bodies under that policy statement and that standard, which is what they, that's the standard that regional councils have to amend their regional plans under the freshwater statement. So I don't think that there's going to be any conflict with the task that they're set to do under that national policy statement if the exemptions are put in the district plan definition of natural water bodies in this way.
Right. Okay. No, that's good to know. Thank you. Induced wetlands. Goodness. Can you give me an example of an induced wetland?
Okay, so that's, say, a farm track is put down, and Mark may be able to help me out here, and then that has compacted the land around the track for a while, and the farmer just hasn't had a chance to put any drainage in or anything for that, and then it ends up sort of getting a bit of reedy area in the corner of the paddock, and then suddenly in 3 or 4 years that might be regarded as a wetland if it's not excluded from the definition.
That's what I thought you were talking about. For whatever reason, earthworks change the groundwater flows and
Yeah.
create a raised water table, which then
Not just earthworks, it could be cultivation, it could be, different uses of different bits of land and paddocks for different things. Mark, have you got any other examples that spring to mind?
Yeah, I guess it's a component of a broader issue relating to these matters, and that is where there's been deferred maintenance for whatever reason, and inadvertently, areas that have had deferred maintenance are now unintentionally sort of captured by potentially by the current definitions. And so that's a little bit of an area of concern. I guess another sort of related issue here is something called wetland creep. And so where you've sort of defined a wetland, and because that's then subsequently been planted off, it's a little bit prone to creeping out into the paddocks again. And you need to we need to be aware of that, because there should be perhaps some mechanism of putting a marker in at the water table level, so that earthworks is enabled to kind of restore it back to what the original area was. Otherwise, it just has potential to continually creep, and capturing a broader and broader area of productive pasture. So that's another area of concern.
Okay.
You go ahead.
And I was going to say, has the society caught up with the Environment Court's decision in the Greater Wellington Regional Council enforcement order case? Have you seen Judge
yes,
Dwyer's?
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that I haven't seen the detail of that, but I'm aware of it, and I'm assuming that, and also the which Peter might be more familiar with, the work that's been done around the Southland Regional Freshwater Plan, I think, because we've sort of been waiting for quite some time for an outcome from MFE on the review of the wetlands, and that hasn't come through yet. So we're waiting with interest, because obviously that has quite broad implications for Taranaki, given that we have large areas in the Taranaki ring plain, the upper ring plain, it's very naturally wetland, and in the Eastern Hill Country, the sort of flats between the hills are also naturally wet country, which are readily captured by the way that the definitions stand at present.
Okay.
And it's not so much that farmers aren't vigilant, it's that there are so many tasks involved in day-to-day farming that you just don't get around to making sure that you don't inadvertently create wetland everywhere all at once on the farm.
I guess that sort of leads me into my last question, which is really around your third bullet point, which I must say I am struggling a little bit with. You're saying that it's not, that even if it's a natural wetland, it's not a natural wetland for the purposes of natural water body if it happens to be within an area of improved pasture.
And that's taken straight out of the National Environmental Standard for Fresh Water. So that's consistent with that standard. That's why I chose those specific words.
Yeah, that's a good point, because this is the area of concern, I guess, that a lot of farmers have, that some of these areas, because they are naturally quite wet, they might have a high ratio of exotic rushes and sedges and type things in them, but they are in fact areas of improved pasture that are farmed regularly. And so it sort of raises another point too, which Peter has included in his evidence around there being a sort of perverse effect of deterring people from wanting to protect wetlands. And so you want to have an environment where people can identify those genuine areas of farmland that are currently, perhaps somewhere around 50% exotic pasture species and have got stock running over them at present. Some of those areas, it might be beneficial for biodiversity and nutrient capture purposes to fence those off and convert them into a restored natural wetland. But other areas, it's important that access is retained and people are able to continue to farm them, and so you want to kind of get the balance right so that if people do make that option to basically go through restoration, they're not unduly penalised by then not being able to do normal farming activities within that zone. So you want to have a kind of environment that encourages and enables that, whilst in other cases enabling them to continue to farm certain areas also. And that's what the intent of that statement was.
I've just worked out why your third bullet point sort of caused me a little bit of discomfort, and I've just got the national policy statement up, which is where the derived from. I can see what you've tried to do with respect, but I take the point, but I don't know the way you've phrased it, any natural wetland within any area. And I don't, look, I've just got to get my head around it's
difficult to conceive of where the boundaries of the area of improved pasture are.
I guess that's right, because the term is natural wetland means a wetland as defined in the Act that is not A, B, C, any area of improved pasture. So whereas you've said it's not any natural wetland within any area of improved pasture. So there's a slight, they're not entirely the same. I can see what you tried. And I guess it is a really good.
That is not okay. So yes, that you could take that word within out of there. Any natural area of any natural wetland that is any area of improved pasture at the commencement date dominated by more than 50% of exotic pasture species. The intent is there that it.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's something for us to just think about. I mean, you could say you could define it by reference to excludes a natural wetland as defined in the Act.
It defined in the NPS.
You could do that, but I can. Yeah, look, I appreciate what you've been.
And actually, that would probably be better to define it in relation to the NPS-FM.
Then we've just got to hope that doesn't get changed.
Well, if it does get changed, it'll get changed for a good reason.
Okay.
I'm sure it will, Mr. Medich.
Okay, look, I appreciate you entertaining that discussion with me. I think these are really critical points, and I guess we're again just very appreciative that you guys are sort of keeping your eye on the dashboard on this, because there's a lot of rural land in this district, and simple terms like this have significant implications across a vast area. So I appreciate you looking at it.
The term natural water body comes up and all through the water bodies part of the district plan.
Yeah, I get that. Cool, thank you.
Yeah, and I would just add, I appreciate the comments there earlier from Mr. Coffin regarding what under the regional plan is defined as a modified waterway, and And this is an area that the regional council at present seems to be trying to grapple with, is identifying the difference between a drain, for example, and something that is in fact a modified waterway. So there is quite a lot of regional plan work, I guess, going on in that space, and that's creating a little bit of anxiety in the implementation at this point in time, as the ability to either adjust or realign or even clean out a waterway that would normally be a part of perhaps the farm management system, but is no longer captured as a drain, but is identified as a modified waterway, and is no longer a prohibited activity. So yeah, there is quite a lot happening in the regional plan space with regard to these definitions as well.
Thank you, Kit. I think that's you done as well. Yeah. Look, Peter, I'd just like to relay our thanks. This is a difficult area. You obviously are very experienced district plan or policy plan person, and this is not an easy area to work in at the moment. It's complicated by the regional responsibilities, although I think you'd agree that district plans really have to give an eye towards the MPS, FM and NES as well. That's required to have, or what's the term? Is it a give effect to?
I think if the district plans dovetail with the regional plans and the rest of the regulatory framework, that's better than trying to overlay a duplication in the two. And if the district plan's sensitive enough to avoid instances of that duplication being created, then that saves a lot of unnecessary implementation work.
Yes. Just whether either you or Mark know, do you have any smoke signals about when or if MFE are going to give us something about
I think that, yeah, they definitely will. And Federated Farmers has made submissions just very recently in the last couple of months to MFE on all of this. And I think they're cogitating on what those are. And the government is quite emphatically serious about what it wants to do about freshwater and has been for the last few years. And I don't think that it's not going to happen. It's the form that it takes. And also the government's quite keen to introduce farm environment plans into the legislation in a more fixated way. And if it does that, then that becomes another mechanism for farm by farm specific management of these kinds of effects, which is another reason to tread carefully in terms of the regulatory frameworks, especially as we're just formulating a new district plan for New Plymouth at this point, which will probably be in place for at least 10 years.
So I know
it's a very good question that you ask, and we're waiting with interest for that outcome from MFE as well, because as I say, it has quite wide implications for the Taranaki environment, given the nature of a lot of the soils here, and as I mentioned before, I suspect that some of those kind of external events that are happening may have slowed that process down, because we completed a submission on the 31st of October for that review. But just as a little bit of an indicator, I see that sort of simultaneously or kind of in order, there was a review of the winter grazing rules that MFE was reviewing, and then also a review of the environment farm plans. And just in the last few days, I think there's been an announcement made on the winter grazing regulations. So hopefully the wetland review results will follow shortly after, but we won't hold our breath while we're waiting for it.
Okay. Look, I think, I don't know whether it was mentioned before or not, but there's that Upper Hutt decision from Judge Dwyer, who's concerned in terms of the interpretation of these matters as well, just from a practical point of view. So the judiciary is really saying, hey, they're struggling as much as everyone else with some of these national policy directions in this water wetland space. So let's hope that we'll get something, perhaps before we have to make our recommendations, but we have to go on the evidence. And just in that regard, Jamie and Denise, I know you have been listening in, and Denise, you are a call with the Water Bodies 42A reporter, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yes. So just while we do have Peter and Mark, was there any comments or queries you had that you might find useful, just while you form your own views for your right of reply?
Well, my recommendation in hearing 5 in my right of reply, I did comment on natural water bodies, and my recommendation was actually to exclude wetlands from the definition. I was just wondering, Peter, if we excluded wetlands, whether that would grant the relief that you're seeking?
I think there's a real concern about the type of wetland. You might find somebody else, another party, would object to you removing wetlands per se from a definition of natural water bodies if the council's trying to seek that. I think it would be probably more helpful to be specific about the type of wetlands that you think should be excluded, which is why I've talked about specifics in the example that I've given there. And the examples that I've given also relate to the national policy and national environmental standard framework. So I think that would probably be more appropriate and more defensible from the point of view of downstream engagement with the district plan review process. I mean, after the council's made its decision, I'm thinking about.
Jamie, did you have anything else to add?
I just want to clarify process really. So our original Section 42A report for definitions didn't consider the submissions on wetland and natural water body because they had been previously considered as part of the water bodies hearing. So I just wanted to get a sense from the panel what your expectations are around our right of reply. Should Denise and I reconsider these matters on the basis of additional evidence we've received today, or just want to clarify what your expectations are?
I suppose because this is a difficult area of practice, we're all dealing with. For me, I'll get the views of Kit and Antoine as well. I do think some further thought on this issue doesn't do any harm, and even though we've got a right of reply from Denise, we do have some further evidence from Peter, as I say, who is a very experienced district plan practitioner. So as a matter of principle, I don't have any concerns with this being looked at a second time, but Kit or Antoine, from a process point of view?
No, I don't have an issue. I don't see why Denise can't do an addendum to her reply based on evidence heard at subsequent hearings that is relevant to the issues that were in fro. I mean, I'd be more concerned if there was some useful and further thought that was out there that we weren't privy to, because ultimately we're going to have to go into a huddle and resolve some of these things. So the more that's done out in the open, the better, I think.
Antoine?
No counter view. I'm very comfortable with that.
Okay, and just because we're in this we're making decisions in a fast moving space. I really like Peter's, I'll say, yeah, I think Peter's right when he says the district plan has got to be quite cautious about how it deals with these water issues, knowing that the regional plan has a primary responsibility and that new regional plan has to be out by
2024.
So just being cautious and careful while ensuring that we do have the right definitions and rules and policies, knowing that the lead does need to be taken by the regional councils with most of these water matters. I think is pretty wise counsel. Could I suggest then that yes, we would like some further consideration of this matter? Could I also say, as per our procedures, certainly if there's productive dialogue that you can have between yourselves, Peter's suggested some different wording. Certainly from our point of view, before you do your final right of reply, if there's some further dialogue that might be helpful. And certainly, I'm not sure whether iwi, I know iwi through you, Maria, who's listening in, you've certainly got a real interest in these water issues as well and have made submissions on topic 5. So if there is a bit of dialogue to have, perhaps we'd like to see it inclusive of the iwi planners as well. But that's, I don't think we will need to make any firm directions about this, but certainly encourage some dialogue if Jamie, as a lead author, you'd like to get some views from the other expert planners on this topic. The final thing I'll say is that we do need to be very careful here as a panel. So if you think Lauren Wallace could add an overview as well, just on some of these final definitions in this water space, we'd find that helpful as well. Is that okay? Jamie, I think I couldn't quite hear you there. Was that?
Oh, yes, I said that's fine with me. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So you comfortable just proceed on that basis? And
yes.
Is there any other comments before we finish today?
Just one, Mr. Chair. I think it's part of those considerations. Obviously, we've had the hearing on significant natural areas, and part of those considerations with the wetlands. So I was just something in my mind, and I know that's something that we're going to do as a panel, is looking to see what's the consistency across the plan. And this, just that last conversation we're having, I was in the back of my mind was we need to have definitions that are not going to frustrate some of the technical considerations of significant natural areas, particularly wetlands that have been identified. So that was just in the back of my mind. It's not really a question as such, just something we've got to be aware of.
I think Kit's the author of that. So any comments, Kit? Mate, he's talking to someone in the background there. That's all right. Well, look, Peter, thank you for your evidence, and Mark, appreciate you coming online again. It certainly does help us a lot to be able to bounce some of these ideas off you and your both your practical farming experience and with your Federated Farmers hat on. That's great. And Adrian, I see you've joined us there. Wanted to turn on your speaker and your video just to say hello. That would be good. You may not.
Yes, hello. Thank you.
Yes, hello, Adrian. I hear Peter said that you've joined Federated Farmers. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So we really just like to welcome you to the hearings, and I think you caught the last part of our discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you very much for your welcome, Stephen.
Thank you. You're welcome. All right. So on that basis, we'll adjourn the hearing until 9 o'clock on Monday morning. Thank you for your assistance.
Thank you for your time, and thank you to the committee and the council.
Oh, Stephen, I'll just do a closing.
Oh, of course, yes, thank you.
Sorry about my video. It keeps on turning on and off for some reason. It must be a Friday thing. Unuhia ki te urutapu nui kia wātia, kia māma te ngā kau te tinana te wairua I te ara takatū. Ko ia rā e rongo whakairia ake ki runga kia tīna, haumie, hui e, taiki.
Thank you, Anton.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend,
Thank you.
everyone, and we'll see some of you back on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.